officially.
You could.
See, I have the power.
I think he only did that because he wanted to yell. He could have talked into his microphone. I don't know if y'all saw that, but we actually like each other and work really well together.
Okay. I know. You can message our team. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Polk County School Board's work session. We will now call the work session for April 28th, 2026 to order. Thank you to our staff who are available and accessible to help and address any questions. As a board, we strive to work with you to ensure we achieve our mission to provide a high-quality education for all students. I would like to start by reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. At this time, I would like to turn our work session over to Superintendent Hyde to lead us today.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of staff, and visitors. The first item we have before us is our Inside PCPS item, so I'd like to invite Ms. Kim Long to the microphone, as well as our class chair, Mark Zimmerman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us to join your work session today. Chairman Sharpless, members of the school board, and Superintendent Hyde, we are here to honor the 2026 graduating class of Inside Polk County Public Schools. My name is Kim Long. I serve as the Executive Director of Polk Vision, and we are proud to be the producing partner of Inside PCPS.
Good afternoon, Mark Zimmerman with Visit Central Florida, and I have the honor and privilege of being the class chair for this wonderful class, Class 4. And so we are going to start off with a video that Jeanette has promised me will work.
Inside PCPS gives community and business leaders in Polk County an in-depth look at the triumphs and challenges of a modern public education system. This 10-month program provides an immersive experience exploring what it takes to manage a $2 billion organization responsible for offering a high-quality education to all students, from pre-K to high school and everything in between.
Well, I would definitely recommend Inside PCPS for anybody who wants to learn more about Polk County's public school system. Anything from business owners to community members, parents with kids in the school system. It's all very eye-opening with regards to all of the challenges and unique opportunities that the school faces on a day-to-day basis.
I grew up in Polk County Public Schools and felt like I had a good grasp on everything that went down and everything into all of the work that I do behind the scenes, and I was kind of just mind blown to realize how much I actually did not know.
I am a parent of 2 young boys. I wish I would have had the ability to learn so much about inside the public school system when I was trying to be involved with my boys' life. There's so many opportunities for kids to get involved.
Just today alone, just learning about the career academies, that has opened up my eyes to realizing that my son has options once he gets into high school. And it just makes me feel like the opportunities are endless, and that's how you should feel when you have students that's navigating the world of being in school.
There are so many programs that really are developed for the quality of life for a student, and really the heart behind
all the things that a student may need, whether it's books or papers or pens or safety or security. There are so many things that just the school board is working on that you just aren't aware of.
It really brings the entire community in Polk County Schools together, which is what we've been trying to do as a company. And I think we need to get more people in the community involved with this program, and I would highly recommend it.
If you are an entrepreneur, a community, a servant, someone who's in the public eye or whatever you're doing and you're living in Polk County, this is one of the programs you want to be a part of.
There's so many different ways to get involved in the public school system that benefits children. What I really appreciate about Inside PCPS is that you get to find out about all of these great things and then share them with others.
If you are interested in being considered for the next Inside PCPS class, or if you want to find out more ways to support Polk County Public Schools, please visit polkschoolsfl.com/get involved.
It worked. Thank you, the Communications Office, for that video and great establishing quotes and support from this class. We heard a lot more of all that positive feedback throughout the program year, and especially in the talkback session this afternoon with members of the school board and Mr. Hyde earlier. We're now completing our fourth program year, and I would be remiss if I didn't remind everyone that this idea was brought to us by then Sarah Beth Reynolds, and she and I dreamed about this throughout the COVID years, and were able to bring it to life finally with support of Mr. Hyde when he joined as superintendent, and I could say it's been a resounding success. We've grown in our understanding of how to reach out to the community and get them involved, and it's really been a rewarding endeavor for Polk Vision to partner with the school district in this issues. This course, I have to tell you, I believe it to be incredibly transparent. You allow us to look at the complexities and the challenges and the triumphs of this great, big, beautiful school district, one of the largest in the nation. So, including the class of 2026, we have provided this deep dive to over 100 community members who now possess a better understanding of what it takes to bring a high-quality, equitable education to all students in Polk County.
So in addition to the video, throughout the presentation, you're seeing a snapshot of what the experience looked like for our class, something I'm sure all of you have seen. Each session wasn't just presentations. The most impactful moments were in the classrooms, in the cafeterias, on the school buses, and getting a behind-the-scenes look at how everything operates. It really gave us a first-hand understanding of the scale and complexity of the Polk County Public Schools. These are the kind of moments that really made the learning stick for all of us. Here you have a list of the class. You're going to get to see them all individually as they come up. But what makes this class especially impactful is the diversity of perspectives represented. We had leaders from healthcare, education, nonprofits, local government, public safety, finance, construction, and small businesses. That range of industry means the conversations weren't one-dimensional and also reflects the broader Polk County community. These are stakeholders who interact and support our schools every day. And importantly, the class doesn't leave just informed. They leave as advocates within their own organizations and networks. Here you see the full journey of the program. Each day focused on a different aspect of the district, from finance and facilities to transportation, mental health, academics. But really the most relevant was today. Today was the final day, a chance for us to talk to the superintendent, a chance for us to talk to the school board members. And we had a great closing session, a lot of very insightful comments made, and really a group of people that want to be very active. And at the very end, as we were trying to decide on how this class would leave its legacy, one of our class members said, "I will offer up the first $1,000 to fund whatever we're going to do," which was quickly followed to a total of $5,500. all from class members.
So we'd also like to thank our schools and our principals. It would not be possible to bring this program content forward without their cooperation. We visited 23 locations, crisscrossed the county from elementary schools to technical colleges, celebrating the diversity of learning opportunities from arts, agriculture to aeronautics. This was made possible through collaborations among district staff. And as you can see, it is as diverse as the student population you all serve.
So we have a few other thank yous who are not listed on here. I want to start off with thanking our bus drivers, Crystal Robinson and Tony Pipkins. Hopefully we were better behaved than the students. But we also could not do any of this without the incredible work of the community liaisons. And I know they're not listed here because they put this presentation together, and they're but yeah, I would like to personally thank all of them: Ashley, Erica, Brittany, Crystal, and Reba. Thank you for all the work you did. Without this, none of this happens. And one more person that really keeps us everything kind of going and on schedule, and snacks and drinks. We'd like to thank the program manager from Polk Vision, Anna Saavedra. Tell me, sorry.
Go for it.
So we also want to thank and extend a sincere thank you to the community speakers. These individuals took time out of their schedules to share their insights and perspectives, helping deepen our understanding of how our schools connect with the broader community. Their contributions are invaluable to our experience, and they are listed on your screen here.
We had some great food while we made our way around the county. I think a lot of people are surprised at the quality of food and the level of service that our career academies, our culinary specialists provide. We were very impressed with their level of professionalism, and it was as good as the food, or even better, was the ability to interact with those young professionals and their career aspirations. We also would like to thank our sponsors who provided funding to offset the cost of those meals, and we want to assure you that each of our culinary academies received donations through these sponsors for that service.
So as we wrap up today, I want to take a moment to personally thank you. It has been truly an honor to serve as the chair for Inside PCPS Class 4. And as I told the class this morning, I was also a graduate of Class 1. And I understand why test corrections are a thing now, because I got a lot more this time through. But this experience has meant a great deal to me, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. I also want to sincerely thank the members of Class 4. Thank you for your engagement, for your openness for learning, and your perspectives brought to each session. It's what makes this program so meaningful. It's been a privilege to work alongside you and watch this group grow throughout the experience. I also want to thank the district and Polk Vision for trusting me with this role. It's something I really do appreciate. And this is probably the first of the things that Kim is losing me on. She tends to just suck me in and get me to volunteer for more. And again, thank you all. At this time, I'd like to introduce one of the community liaisons who really played an important role in supporting this program and in our class, and she was going to come up. And so we'd like to welcome Reba Coyle, who's going to announce all the graduates.
Thank you, Mark. All right, we would like to announce the graduates of Class 4 for Inside PCPS. When I call your name, please come forward and get your picture taken with Mr. Zimmerman and Mrs. Long. And we will start with Julie Adams, City of Winter Haven. And class, please remember just to line up on the side, please. Chanel Bellato, Skate World of Lakeland. Mark Bennett, Polk County Board of County Commissioners. Kim Brunson, Watson Clinic Foundation. Shambria Campbell, University of South Florida. Sarah Case, Next Level Planning and Permitting. Eric Crump, Aerospace Center for Excellence. Kelsey Elmhurst Weshy, Rada Construction. Shri Mori Ghosh, UF IFAS Extension, Polk County. John Helms, Bartow Executive Airport. Michelle Helms, Bartow Chamber of Commerce. Lakia Johnson, City of Fort Meade. Travis Keys, Polk County School Board. Jessica Lawson, Peace River Center. Ileana Canis, United Way of Central Florida. David Little, Cross-Wired Electrical Services.
First $1,000
Cody McGee, City of Auburndale. Tracy Porter, Polk Education Foundation.
Do you guys all feel like you're doing like school pictures? Yeah.
Darcy Roberts, Southeastern University. Mitchell Rogers, Fort Lakeland Somos Church. Laura Rodriguez, Lakeland Vision. Brian Rogers, Mid-Florida Credit Union. Jennifer Rouse, Polk County Public Schools. Captain Ryan Shea, Polk County Sheriff's Office. Troy Smith, Inspirational Speaker, Servant Leadership Coach. Lauren Springfield, Lakeland Regional Health. Tina Sweeten, American Red Cross. Axe Torres, Pristine Remodeling LLC. And John Williams Jr. is not with us today as his wife had their baby this Saturday, so they're still in the hospital. So we'd like to congratulate him. And then Don Willis, Orlando Health, Watson Clinic, Lakeland Highlands Hospital. And now we are going to take one group photo.
Everybody, smile. Ready? On three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Good to see you. Sir?
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So as they flee the room, this is the shortest day they've had on tour. I told him that. I did share that. Use your words. It's unfortunate that everybody actually left because I wanted to, again, publicly acknowledge their ability, their time, their dedication to learning more about Polk County Public Schools. You know, I think every class leaves with the same understanding, or they're basically a shock and awe. They don't realize what goes into managing a district of our size, quite frankly, of any size, to that matter. But the feedback we got today was the best feedback we've gotten of any class. That's not a criticism of prior, but their willingness to share opportunities and feedback as far as, I mean, they even asked that we add another day to the session. They were very receptive to mirroring what the sheriff's office does in their community advisory program of having a half-day shadow day where they could pick from a list, whether it's doing a bus ride along, spending half a day, breakfast and lunch in a cafeteria, assisting with custodial services. I mean, we'll come up with a comprehensive list, and the feedback was very positive. The other thing they asked was, you know, there's so much information. Is there a way for us to provide a summary at the end of each day with 3 priority points from each one of the departments that presents? So definitely some opportunities for us, but I was very appreciative of the feedback and transparency, and they were, again, always supportive, and I always find it amazing how impactful the program is, because there's so many areas that have to take place on any given day. They, in particular, highlighted custodial services, you know, and that everybody assumes that the magic doesn't happen in the school outside of a teacher, but they were very impressed by custodial services, food services, transportation services, and basically a general acknowledgement that it's very much a team effort every day to make the schools work and make the magic happen. So it was very exciting to see this group today. So great idea and concept that we've really done an amazing job implementing, and each year we take their feedback and we learn from the process. We make tweaks and revisions throughout the process. The last thing they asked for, which will be interesting to see, it may not be able to be done with the class, but we had a conversation today about creating a second tier for those who've already completed the class. But they did ask, would there ever be an opportunity for the class to go visit Tallahassee during legislative session? And it's interesting, you know, for an incoming class, they don't have the benefit of all of the background knowledge, so that may or may not be beneficial. But again, as I mentioned, for the alumni classes, if they wanted to do that, that might be an interest and something we could partner with to get them up there for an education day with our local legislators to have a conversation during session. So thank you to the amazing team that helps make that happen. And we have some speakers. Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to you for really championing this. I think most of my colleagues have probably heard the story, but we had a meeting on March 13th of 2020 with all of the departments. Several of you all were in that room where we went through what each department was going to be presenting on when we launched the applications the following week in March 2020 for the 2021 school year. So obviously that did not happen. So Superintendent Hyde came in and really championed and brought it back to life and has made this more than I think any of us could have ever envisioned in those initial meetings. But I also want to encourage each of you, because this actually came from Central Florida School Board Coalition meetings. Orange and Seminole were doing something similar. Now, having seen their programs and what ours has become, ours is way better than theirs could ever have imagined being. But so these are, you know, just a great opportunity to learn from our colleagues and take their good ideas and make them even better. So thank you to everyone. I know it's a huge lift for staff. So thank you, staff, for planning your days and making sure that our community learns. You know, the goal originally was we want to make sure that people who love us are equipped to go out and spread the good word, but we also want to educate the people who may not love us 100% yet as to what the challenges are. And I think that this program has really grown to be able to do just that. So thank you all for continuing to support it.
There are no further questions or comments. The next item, board members, before you is the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual comprehensive financial report and audit. Board members, if you look at your email, as you know, Board Docs is still down. We keep checking it, but you received an email from Ms. Jenkins that included all of the attachments, and you can find that at 12:40 p.m. And the title for that is ACFR Presentation Item A2. Ms. Jenkins and team.
Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce our auditors from Clifton Larson Allen. They, along with Ms. Hinton, will be presenting today, and I will be here if you have any additional questions.
Good afternoon.
This is Ms. Julie Fowler.
And my understanding is Mr. Geary has copies of the presentations. It should.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Fowler. I'm a signing director with CLA.
Ms.
And
Fowler, I'm going to interrupt briefly. Ms. Rouse, would you please go next door and find out if they can pull up the presentation? I did receive a message that Mr. Geary has copies of all presentations, so. Okay. Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Nope. Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having us today to present the results of the audit. You do receive a copy of the annual comprehensive financial report. That document is over 200 pages of light reading if you're so interested. But what we're going to be presenting today is a very high-level summary of that information. So we just want to remind you to refer to that complete document when you're making financial and other decisions for the district. I wanted to first of all give you a summary of the services that we performed. When people hear we're having an audit, that can bring to mind a lot of different things. So to clarify the services that we perform, first of all, and our primary purpose is to audit the financial statements. And we are looking at the statements to see if they are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. In addition to that, we also perform some compliance audits specifically related to the grants that you administer. Of course, the district expends millions of federal dollars every year, so we, based on a risk-based approach, determine which grants are going to be tested every year. And this year, 3 different programs were selected for testing. There are also some examination procedures that have to be performed to determine if the district is in compliance with Florida statutes. The Auditor General requires us to look at some additional items to make sure the district is following some various policies, statutes, and to make sure you're not in a financial emergency or deteriorating financial condition. And finally, at the conclusion of all of this, a data collection form is submitted up to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. That's where all the audits of those who spend federal funds get collected so that federal agencies can look through those and ensure that any findings are followed up on and that the expenditures are being made appropriately. In addition to all of those things, we also issue a report to you as the group that's required to govern the school district. And it includes the items that you see here, and it talks more about how the course of the audit went. And the good news is we didn't have any difficulties in performing the audit. We didn't have any disagreements with management, any potential adjustments to the numbers that we identified. We were able to resolve with them and make those adjustments. And finally, we're not aware of any consultations with other auditors that you may have had in the course of the audit. So to recap those reports that we issued, first of all, we've issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statement, so you can think of that as a clean opinion on the numbers themselves. So that's as good as it gets when it comes to auditing financial statements. The audit is performed under government auditing standards, so that's a little higher level of standards than what you might have in a for-profit organization. We don't issue an opinion on the internal controls. However, as we go through the course of the audit, we are evaluating the internal controls, and if we see areas where there may be weaknesses or areas for improvement, we are required to report those to you. So we had one item that is included in that letter. Specific to the single audit, that grant audit, as I mentioned, we had 3 programs we tested this year, and you can see those listed on the right side of the screen. And we did have some findings related to those programs, and we'll talk about those in more detail in just a minute. We also had a couple of recommendations in our letter that we call the management letter. And then finally, for that examination, we believe that the district is in compliance with the statute for investment in public funds. So to summarize the findings we had, first of all, in the internal control over financial reporting, these are the controls over whether the numbers get put together correctly. We did have one finding, and that's related to material audit adjustments. So the auditing standards say that if during the course of performing an audit, we identify a material item that needs to be adjusted for it to be correct, we need to report that as a weakness in internal control. Because we're looking at what in the internal control structure was missing that allowed that error to go undetected. So the finding we had this year was related to one of those adjustments. When we looked specifically at the single audit, this is the first time in the district's history that we're aware of that student financial aid, specifically Pell Grants, reached an expenditure level that that program needed to be tested for specific compliance. That is a program that has many compliance requirements that are very detailed and very specific to this program. And we did have a number of findings related to the Pell Grants specifically. Some of them are related to timeliness of things getting reported, policies that need to be in place, those types of findings. And finally, in the management letter, we had two recommendations. One relates to the consistency of how payroll is documented for approval. And the second relates to just the investment policy itself. So next I wanted to move on to just a couple of fund balance trend highlights. So you see here the trend over the last 5 years. And you can see that while fund balance did come down a little bit, this was really due to mostly expenditures increasing. In the prior years, you had some significant COVID-related funding that was still in play that you were able to charge some of your recurring expenses to. And that funding, of course, is wound down, which now requires it to be in the general fund. But when we look at where the health is of the general fund balance, you're still at 6.76% of that ratio that we look at. And that's still, a very strong financial position for the district. So those are the highlights of our reports today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to be first in line. Always look forward to this presentation because I think having you speak from the third party and from the auditing perspective is so important to us. And I've already contacted our internal audit department just to ask some specific questions. But I think the one thing that that stuck out for me was the Pell Grant finding. And so this probably is more directed to the superintendent on the corrective action. Is that something, policies that had been notified or requested that are in place, is that something that's will be overseen in workforce, or is that something overseen out of the grant department? How will we implement the corrective action for that piece?
So board members, you were provided a handout today that outlines all the corrective actions specific to this area, and that will be managed directly through the workforce department.
So staff and workforce will manage those pieces?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Superintendent. First of all, congratulations to the district on overall and our staff for overall having a clean audit, because when we have a multi-billion-dollar organization and all the moving parts, it's virtually impossible to be perfect, but to hear from a professional like yourself that overall we're doing a good job is reassuring. So thank you all for all of your hard work. I did have a couple of questions myself. The report cited a 45% year-over-year increase in transportation costs. And I know there's gas and other things that are increasing, but just wanted to understand that context.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. So I had a little bit of time to do research before the meeting, and last year's audit, so prior to CLA, the state auditor general comes in. So every 3 years they come in, they prepare the ACFR, and in 23-24, the auditor general had prepared that. What we found was that some of the transportation costs that you're seeing that are now in this year as an increase were in general administration in the year that the AG did it. And so I can provide you 3 years worth of data to show that those numbers actually are pretty consistent from year to year if you're grouping those two categories together, which ideally we would not, but without having AG input today on how they recategorize some of those things. That's why you're seeing that $23,000 or 23 figure difference between the 2 years. So the year prior, when CLA had done it, it was actually increased, dropped down when the HE did it, and then went back up for transportation. So it does look like an exponential increase, but from year to year, it actually was not. It's just how it was classified.
Yeah, so now in essence, we're reporting it more clearly.
Correct.
To help understand. And then I do have a follow-up question. May I, Superintendent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a long-term debt increase reported as well from 263 million to 327.
Yes.
5. Could we explain that context?
Yes, so actually what I believe is there's a typo on that page, and it should have been 124,000 in the 2024 year.
Okay.
So the 1 dropped off, and if you add 100,000 to the bottom, it's actually 363 and goes down to 327 in the current year, so it's a typographical error.
Got it. And that's good to see debt going down versus in the other direction.
What we like to see.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinton. Appreciate it. That's it.
Mr. Keys?
Well, thank you, Ms. Wallace, for taking my question, so I'll go back to the other. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Fowler and the whole team. Having served on the Finance and Audit Committee for 6 years and the chair of the last 3 years, I know it's an intensive process, so thank you to staff and Ms. Matthews' team as well for providing information. I know there's a lot of conversation back and forth and hand in hand, so, and to echo what Ms. Wallace has said, it's so pleasing to see that we come back and saying that, hey, we actually know what we're doing and doing a good job at it. So appreciate everyone's work on this.
Mr. Sharpless?
Thank you, and I want to echo Mr. Keys' Vice Chair Keys' his sentiments. Thank you for all the hard work. I do have one question, and that is, I'm wondering why, or if you can just expound on the material weakness in the internal control over financial reporting, how that's, that was also found the previous year, and how come there, and why wasn't a correction made, or I don't know. If you can just expound on that a little bit.
Happy to.
Sure.
So the financial reporting component as a material weakness is a larger umbrella, and there are different factions that are performed throughout the year. So the findings that we have discovered in previous years were targeted to recognizing our deferred outflows for our pension plan. So it may have been that recording was done wrong, or an accrual was done wrong. So while they fall under the same umbrella, each one is actually in its own little faction, and we are addressing them as they come up. We are tightening our internal controls. I do believe that our ERP upgrade is going to help us identify some of these things before we close the fiscal year. So moving forward, between some of the checklists that we're creating in our department, along with an ERP, a long overdue ERP upgrade, we will see a reduction in those findings. We are addressing them as we go.
Thank you. And so from what I'm hearing, for anyone viewing this video, is that it's, even though it is a repeat finding, it's the umbrella repeat finding at the individuals, when you drill down to it, it's really not a repeat finding. I mean, when you drill down to the specificity.
Yes, that's correct. And I'd be happy to provide a summary from year over year what those specific findings were related to show while they are under the financial reporting umbrella, they are in kind of different areas.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, I think my fellow board members have hit on majority of the questions that I had on my list, but I can't get to because of Board Docs being down. But,
Board Docs is back up.
Oh, it's back up. That's great. Very good. That will be helpful for the rest of the meeting. This one, mostly for Superintendent, I really appreciate the, long-term, like the last 5 years as relates to our fund balance, health. Obviously, there's a loss of those, federal stabilization funds at this point. And, we don't want to have any impact on our instructional priorities moving forward. But would you say that this is the comfortable range where we would see maybe within the, next 5 years as it relates to our fund balance? I think it's sitting at like 6.76.
So
comparatively,
clarify, that's not our fund balance.
No.
That is what they audited our fund balance to be, and does not include the CAFR and other information that will come in between now and September. Plus, it does not include the impact that will occur, not that it may occur, it will occur, based off increased insurance costs. So that, every time we talk about fund balance, it's very careful that we identify whether this is our true and final fund balance or presently projected fund balance, and so the two are very different. Because this becomes a matter of contention very frequently.
Yes.
Especially with our employee groups who feel like, well, we must have 5%, anything above that. The reality of it is we have additional costs that have not been costed out against this yet. So am I comfortable? Yes, the board chose to go above the state mandated 3%. 5% is obviously a lot better than being below 3%. Comfortable, we'd love to be at 10% or more, but still be able to provide fair compensation and wages to our employees, and we're a long way from that.
Yeah. Okay. Helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
There are no further questions or comments. Board members, would you like to take a quick 5-minute break to allow you to pull up board docs? I hear yes. So I'll let the media team behind the magic wall, magic curtain, briefly take us to a recess for 5 minutes to allow board members to pull up board docs. Board members, we're not sure if this will be sustainable, so please keep your email open as well for those subsequent attachments. So. There you go.
time, I would like to call this meeting back to order and turn it over to Superintendent Hyde to finish leading off our work session today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, and for those in the audience and those who ultimately will be viewing this online, just want to provide a little bit of clarification as to, first of all, our initial delay, and then second of all, the reason why we just went and requested a recess. Unfortunately, Board Docs is in the process of transitioning platforms. We don't know if today's or the outage over the last 48 hours has been related to that transition from Board Docs to Diligent, new company, but at the end of the day, it has unfortunately impacted our ability to make sure that you have all the attachments. So we did get them emailed, so we have a backup in case it goes down again, and we are sorting those emails for tonight's meeting to make it a little bit, to improve the flow, rather than having to jump around in your email trying to find an item. So we'll continue to work on that just in case. But just wanted to provide that clarification to everybody in the audience, and again, those viewers who may watch this meeting after the fact. Obviously, it's beyond our control. It's been a great system for us. We're excited about the transition to the new platform with the upgrades. But at the end of the day, it's having an impact today. Ms. Winchester did whisper that it's unrelated to their transition, but they do have a dashboard up that we're monitoring for potential outages, and we'll just keep you apprised as we go along. That being said, board members, the next item we have before you today is the district strategic plan goal outcomes. We had to trim during the retreat 2 topics, and that was strategic plan goal summary 4 and strategic plan goal summary 5. The 5th strategic plan area will be covered on May 5th. Yes, we have back-to-back meetings. That was a direct result of the placement of high school graduations. So we'll definitely work with you to see if there's a better way to structure that next year. Even if we have to have a board meeting at the RP Funding Center, we'll figure that out. All right. Next up, as I mentioned, we have Ms. Heather Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today, I'm very pleased that you all get to meet many members of our finance team. So I have with me J.D. Fout, who is our Senior Director of Budget, and Andy Baldwin, who is our Senior Director of Federal Programs. Goal 4 speaks to equitable and efficient use of resources. The areas that we focused on were departmental reorganization, resource maximization, federal grant evaluation, Incident IQ automation, that's a ticketing system that we implemented, technological enhancements, and site-based budgeting. JD is going to talk with you a little bit about site-based budgeting and how that fits into our strategic plan.
Good afternoon. Objective 4.1, so we're ensuring the use of the district funds is transparent, strategic, and aligned. To do this, we started with a site-based program. We implemented it about 3 years. We're going into year 4 this year for 26-27. And the first year we had 6 schools, second year was 42, and this past year we moved to 100% of our traditional schools. Also in that, we are ensuring that we are training and keeping up with their development and understanding of the program. This past year, when we implemented, we had all principals, all key district admin, and other executive staff trained on the program. We also have implemented a app instead of using Excel sheets in the past was what we were using. So we have an app now that we're using. This past year, we revamped the app that we had to make it better and more pleasing for the school admin. We have also, so through this process, so some of the outcomes, through the process of this, our school leaders have begun to understand the budget process, how it works, what goes it, what drives it, and everything for their schools, not only their schools, but district-wide for us. And then also this year, through some revamping as well, some revisions. We had 42 schools last year that were what we would have considered red schools. They would started as red, and through some of the revisions of our program and what we were doing, we dropped it down to 20 schools, or 22. Yeah, 22 schools this past year. That's it.
There are still,
That's it for 4.1, sorry.
okay.
Do it.
Mr. Sharpless?
Sorry.
I have one question. So, great job in reduction from 42 to 22 schools in the red. My question is, what specific supports or interventions are being provided to the 22 schools that started out in deficit? So that way next year we reduced it from 42 to 22. Let's go from 22 to 0, right? So.
Yes.
Well, let me address the obvious answer on the front end to take the pressure off of you, so you don't have to tap dance around this. Some of our schools will never come off that list because by virtue of their enrollment and their programmatic needs, we may have to continue to supplement schools to a certain degree. So that unfortunately, the reality is for some of those schools, and we'll be happy to identify those so that the board has comfort knowing that that's not a fluid list. It really is programmatically driven. Or should a school see, due to rezoning, new school opening, different issues, some schools may see massive changes from year to year, and we want to make sure we maintain some stability. So we'll identify those instances for the board. So schools like Bartow, Rochelle, other schools like Harrison and Lakeland that have to share a budget because they're under one master school identification number, there are always going to be programmatic things that we have to resolve. So there are times where we have to over budget, so they will appear to be in the red, but we cover that deficit as a result to ensure that they can sustain their programmatic supports for students.
So if okay, so if we know they're going to be in the red every year, why don't we just adjust their budget to where they're not in the red anymore?
Because they don't have the student enrollment, and that's not how site-based budgeting supports that. So, however, we'll identify those for you because they're not in the red for long because we offer the supplement to cover that. But initially, they indicate in the red. We then provide coverage. But to the board, to your question, be happy to provide you with a summary of those schools and a justification or an outline of what we've provided and why.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Superintendent.
We still have the staffing plan, and we follow the staffing plan. So for those schools that are in the red, it is based on the staffing plan. So we're giving them those funds also that are putting them in, like, they go in the red based on their revenue that they generate, but we're giving them those funds above and beyond to make sure that they have what is needed based on the staffing plan.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I have a question, and I'm probably the most cautious on site-based budgeting, even sitting down with Heather and having her explain to me how all of those lines end up back at the school. I have great concern for the schools who have extended needs, whether it's English learners or Title I or ESE. So what can someone just give me? I have, looking at the budget, when you have a principal who, is learning this, they're relatively new at the budgeting process. What is their support system? Does the app share? Is there an overview of the app, or does the app share with them how funds should be allocated, or is that something a regional double checks? What does that system look like?
Ms. Collins will join as well.
So within the app, we do have the recommendations, like I was speaking to the staffing plan. So we build it in, and it's a recommendation of what the staffing plan would show for them. And they can, we don't want them to follow directly from that, but we want them to meet the needs of their school. So they can make changes to the recommendation, but the recommendation is what drives a lot of what they get.
And that's where my concern lies. People have very good intentions of meeting the needs of all children, but when the grade and things are, when your accountability process isn't on all of those categories, it's easy to shift funds to those. And so who oversees that?
Ms. Collins?
Hi. That would be us. So we work collaboratively with Ms. Jenkins' team, which includes staffing as well as HR, and all of us work together. But the approval process and who coaches them through, that really is the regional and myself. And so once once the money is there, a principal has an opportunity, and I know that JD mentioned there's this app now that they can do it. And in that app, they can build several different scenarios, and it will change and deduct as I add personnel or take personnel away. They can build as many scenarios as they want. And then that conversation really goes between the regional and the principal to say, this is probably the best one to meet your student needs, and then it's submitted. Then it goes through a multitude of layers of approvals. From the regional, the ELL department looks at it, the SE department looks at it, Title I looks at it to make sure we're not supplanting and that we're leveraging the dollars the way we should. And then ultimately, it's either completely approved, or if it's ever denied, it's sent back to the principal, and the regional and the principal work together. I'm currently still working with one school that we can't find resolution about because there's a lot of different competing priorities. And to your point, how do we do everything well if we only have this many resources? And so in those specific cases, Mr. Hyde is very open to, he and I get together, we bring in the school, we look, because we're committed, we're not going to not meet the needs of kids. But on the other hand, and I do have to say this, it's very much like your home budget. And I have really had to work hand in hand, not just with the principals, but the regionals. There's nice and there's necessary. And a lot of times they don't understand. We've always done it. I've always had this. One of the reasons we shifted to site-based budget was so that we could actually align what we're generating with what we're spending, and not to continue to keep pulling. That's why we really couldn't afford raises for a long time. Schools, and this isn't popular, a lot of our schools were overstaffed. And so this really writes what we generate with what we can offer, and then we have a very supportive superintendent and board that expects that where we do fall short, we don't see gaps for the kids. Does that help?
I think, to Ms. Miller, if I may, to yours, I think back to the core of your question, which is, and I'm going to speak candidly, if there's a sentiment from the regional, from Ms. Collins, or even from my office, that the administrator is not prioritizing the right things, then those conversations are had, and then that would be reflected in their evaluation, or if it ultimately adversely impacts their students, it will definitely be addressed with them in writing, because those are the types of decisions, as Ms. Collins pointed out, what do you want to have versus what do you need to have? And that need is not just based off of enrollment, it's based off the specificity of student needs. So if a school chooses to eliminate counselors to add additional administrative staff, or they're administratively heavy and support staff low, or they're deciding, well, I'm going to have 4 instructional coaches on my campus, and yet my campus has very little turnover year to year, but I'm going to cut other support positions. Those are the types of critical conversations that we're having. And where needed, we tell them, you make this decision, but you live or die based off that decision. And that's the reality of it. That's the accountability. We have to maintain the fact that the site-based budgeting gives autonomy and flexibility to the building leader, but with that comes increased accountability for those outcomes and those decisions. And we don't allow that to persist from year to year.
Thank you. And I know you understand this, being a former principal of a high school. So you have, when I hear this high school's losing 3 and 4 units, especially ESE units.
Right.
And so we all know that, like the superintendent just explained, it's not about always the student individual, but it's the need of the student. So you can have a class with 10 who have the needs of 20 in one within those 10.
Right.
You feel with the support system that's in place and the training that's happened that the principals understand that when they're making those decisions. And the other piece, which Heather and I went over, is things that are paid for out of other categories, even IDEA.
Right.
Do principals understand what is covered? I mean, I know a lot of principals, and they are great at their job. This is the first time they've been given this side of it, and it's lengthy, and there's so many avenues. I just wanted to publicly have it explained so they can go back to this video and watch it again.
Absolutely. So to your point, and I think JD touched a little bit on this, this has evolved. For some schools, they are in year 1, because we didn't bring all schools on in year 1. So there is a learning curve. So do I think all principals understand it to the depth? Absolutely not. I wouldn't expect them to. I think we are evolving. as far as the first few years, we really focused on their school and their site. This year, we tried to expand perspective by saying, how does school budgets, how does that fit within the bigger picture? Because I think that was a missing piece. They just saw, this is happening in my school. So one of those pieces, for instance, I know we talked about the red schools. Red schools could simply be because the FTE generated by the kids just doesn't cover the cost of opening the school. The teachers, the principal, the counselors, all of that. So automatically that puts you in the red. Well, we have to open that school. We're not going to not open a school with a principal or a counselor or an AP or whatever. So that money has to come from somewhere. And that money comes from the general FTE that's generated. So once we started explaining to principals, you don't necessarily keep every dollar you generate. Right? There's indirect costs in the district and everything. And so I say all that to say they are understanding it and they are getting different perspectives. I still think, and you have to remember, you hit on it, I was a principal forever. We were on allocations. And so what we did was we just gave them teachers. May or may not have been what they needed, but that's what you got. So the power of this is now I can meet the needs. But the responsibility is I have to be responsible with the dollars I have. I think it's getting better. I think we are probably a little ways away from understanding the power of these dollars and how to leverage them best. But there are safety nets.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for explaining that piece, because I think that's where we hold the liability while they're learning.
Sure.
The liability of student achievement and student safety.
Yes.
And so that's, the safety nets are what I want to ensure are in place.
I'll give you a good example, and then I will leave or answer any other questions. So financially, we basically say for a elective teacher, the general expectations, they're going to teach about 180 kids a day on a high school or middle school level, right? 6 periods, about 30 kids per class. So you get your ROI, your return on that investment in the teacher at about 180 kids. Some of our electives can't do that. They're very specialized, especially in our workforce areas. So I understand if I'm going to commit to this program at my school, on the other hand, I have to have something that can absorb that. I can't have a bunch of small. Does that make sense? Because those kids have to go somewhere. So the same thing, if I'm a principal at Lakeland High School and I really want to birth a program around AP Humanities, not a requirement, but I believe in it, then I have to financially be ready to say, okay, I've got to absorb that cost somewhere else. I can have a class of 6 kids, but that means somewhere else I'm going to have to give in my budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Keys?
Buckle your seatbelts. So I think, number one, I'm glad that very first that we talked about deficits and how a lot of that is program specific, because we have a variety of situations all across the district, so that's good to know. 2, we talked about funding some of these programs in these schools above and beyond. Are those noted in the app? So this is what we got via FTE before, and this is what the supplemental is that we're adding to. Is that noted in a separate categorical? So if they're given extra support, because I think when you know what your starting point is and what you're supplemented with, knowing that gap is important too. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I believe it shows as a negative.
Okay. But does it show in that category, this is supplemental addition to your budgeted dollars that you were, so for instance, easy numbers. If my allotment was 100,000 and I was given 25,000 because of, and that was addition to, is it noted this was the additional allotment that you were given above and beyond? It's going to show a negative, obviously, in the overall, but.
I believe, and JD has looked at it, we continue to make improvements, but it shows at the top the amount that's left from your holdback, because we have an amount that we ask the schools to hold until we ensure the FTE comes in. But when you look at your positions, you may have like one teacher would be your recommendation, and then they can select what they want for that position, and then it shows you that yes, this is the cost, $47,500. We do it on it's a little bit different because it has benefits, but we do it on the average position. So then when all those add up, you see what the total salary was, total expense, because then you add your operating, it adds that as well. You see your total expense, and then you see your negative.
So, and I've got a couple, and I'll try to be quick. As far as saying that we give different scenarios in, I think that's a great idea. Are they able to save those scenarios and go back to them so they can, go across and manipulate each one? That's great. So I think of it because we went from spreadsheets to an app. So I'm thinking it more as like tabs and a spreadsheet, right, as the different scenarios. Okay, so 4, I got long-term horizons and trends, right, because we know that this year is not going to be the same as next year, right? And when we do make staffing decisions based on, current FTE, that may not work next year. So are we able to show trends in the new app saying this is what the subsequent year is what? I mean, we can't guess what next year is going to be, right? We don't see that funding. We don't have that budget. But are we able to see trends historically going forward saying this is what you were at for 23, 24, 24, 25? That way, the decisions you made there, see the real effect of them later on, whether that be, as Mr. Hyde said, we're not getting that extra counselor, we have an extra administrator, so on and so forth. This is what that caused now. We made that decision here, and this is where it ended up here.
We do track that information. A portion of the history is in the app, and because we've just expanded to all the schools, we won't have the history for all those. They're also developing reports that we'll be able to take a look at that and see the trend. And the revenue is calculated, we recalculate or initially calculate it each year whenever we receive our FEFP and the FTE because it changes. So the school's anticipated revenue cannot always be expected to be the same, but we can provide them enrollment trends, et cetera, to review. And that's part of our initial conversations with them. We have a meeting and we look at all the enrollment trends and see how it's affecting your funding.
And this is one of the last ones, and we talk about giving the principals autonomy to make these decisions, and that's great. I guess one of my things, and Ms. Miller, I kind of said that she was like that definition we gave of a safety net. At what point do we step in? Because I heard the narrative of, hey, we're letting them make the decision, right, and this decision's made, and then next year we may have to talk about that. What if it doesn't warrant, we can't wait until next year, some of the decisions you're making now? At what point do we step in with the regionals or district staff saying, hey, this isn't making sense, what we're trying to do here? At what point do we say, okay?
So I think glaring things are really easy for us now to say, okay, let's stop and think about this. So my initial answer to that is I would hope that we would head off anything like egregious. However, there's also unexpected. So the budgets are based on the FTE forecast. And so that's not just a random number. We go, hey, you spent this last year, and so there is a FTE forecasting process that they get their budgets by. Ms. Jenkins explained that they either hold back 3% or the equivalent of 3 positions as a savings account, because there's always the chance you don't make your FTE, what you're projected to make. There's also the chance that, wow, you're way over your FTE. And so we have processes in place for that, but we also keep our finger very much on the pulse of the schools, not just operationally, but academically. And when we start to see gaps between the staff that they have and the needs that they have, and where it's starting to impact the student experience, the whole experience, then we do work with Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Hyde to say, hey, we have a situation, would you be willing, could we possibly consider? And that's another safety net. Does that answer
That makes sense. And then this is the last thing I'm going to note. So I am a spreadsheet nerd. I've got spreadsheets for everything. So my question is there a possibility that that I can play with the app? Like, is there a beta type version where, because I'll give you a perfect scenario of this. When I went through University of Florida in banking school, right, we were able to run our own bank, and we pulled a lever, right, and this lever had this result, this lever had this result. Is there like a mock version, a simplified version, a beta version to where you can go in and create a user ID profile and say, this is my theoretical school, this is what I'm given as far as dollars, and when I do this, this is the outcome. When I do this, this is the outcome. Because I think is one of our roles as the fiduciary responsibility here, if the better understanding we have of how that app works and how site-based budgeting really works, the more empowered we are to make decisions when we're talking about these things. And I just want to be able to have the opportunity. I'm not, and maybe there's something there we see that give feedback, hey, this is awesome we do this. And I'm not saying I'm going out and I want to see what it looks like from the administrator's standpoint.
So specific to your question, we can create a fictitious school and allow you access to the app. But that's really the extent of the board's purview. You're not making decisions and directing how we staff schools or how we allocate funds to schools. That's a function of FTE, enrollment, and the allocation model. So again, there are safety nets in place. There's an appeals process in place. I receive a budgetary allocation to ensure that schools, we track and monitor those positions. So if a position's added to a school, they're told, I email and say, I'm authorizing these positions. They will not be funded next year. You need to make some different, we have to meet, right? And I'm going to go through personally and say, this is not where you should be spending your dollars. But I want to hear their rationale. Because again, we can't claim that it's site-based budgeting if the district is micromanaging budgeting. But we are there to make sure that certain things and needs are being met. But that school may have a very good rationale for certain things. Like many of our schools ask for additional deans. They ask because of discipline concerns. They may ask for those types of things. The other thing that complicates this, because outside of the app, what you're not going to get necessarily is insight as to our secondary schools who have fairly large budgets, savings accounts essentially, where they should be using some of those dollars that they're generating based off student outcomes for AP, ACE, and those types of things to offset their operational costs. Instead of the district always funding 10 AP teachers, they should be split funding those. And that's the point, is that for years, we have been giving schools, I mean, there's one school in particular that was receiving almost $1 million of additional funding without any justification. It was just simply done. And you can only sustain that for so long in this decreasing revenue environment. We're not seeing dollar revenue go up, and there are districts that are challenged, and so we've got to level the playing field now. But I think we've done it very intentionally. It's been done incredibly strategically by rolling it out so that you would have schools that were very successful in year one. Those principals and schools were selected very intentionally based off their knowledge, their skill set, their experience. They then became supporters for others. So then we brought in a larger group in year two and now district-wide in year three. So there are actually, even outside of us, they have experts that they can tap into. But in the app, happy to give the board members a password and a login, let you go in there and mess around. I would just ask you to be specific. Would you like an elementary, a middle school, or a high school?
So, and I'm glad that you gave that that explanation, Superintendent. And in no way, shape, or form did I want to go in and see what all the schools are doing and pull levers at each school. It's simply being able to see the tool, use the tool, so I understand when we're making these presentations what these things look like. And you say, oh, we moved this to here, we have this, or we have a staffing plan, and this is what it looks like. If you can put, I'm a very hands-on. If I put hands on it, play with it, it serves me, well beyond the means that I need, but that is great. So just, as far as that is concerned, for me, the most complex it can get, K-8, I think, is a big one. You've got some different aspects. I would like to see what a K-8 is, and play with that model, or a high school with, 17 academies. You know what I'm getting at. But something complex. Start me off at the top so I can really play with. That's all I'm saying. And then the last one is more of a statement and not a question. Superintendent, you mentioned the difference between wants and needs in some of these facilities, and I would venture to say, and my line of work professionally has a lot to do with relationships, and I would say some of those decisions I wonder if they're based, when you say wants and needs, defined on relationships rather than reality. Is that some of that happen too? You've got staff members are there. You want to promote within, and being cautious of those things and really say what is the end student result and how does this meet student outcome? And I think that should always be the focus. But listen, I get chill bumps when I talk about this kind of stuff. So thank you for the presentation, and for that I get really excited. I just want to play with the app.
You did touch though on arguably I think what most people are struggling with is, am I really going to cut that position? That person's been with me for X number of years. And in some of those instances, that person's job title may not reflect how they're being utilized on a daily basis. So I'm going to say this cautiously because that's not always a bad thing, meaning an administrator's ability to ensure that they are making good decisions in the best interest of everyone, but also being empathetic towards their team and their staff and all the work and the loyalty and the things that have gone, that's not a bad thing. But we have to coach them on those conversations that this is not, it's not you, it's me kind of conversation. But that's the hard part. That is the hard part. We talk about, as an organization, of being so relational, building a culture, building a climate, building relationships with our staff and our students and our families. And then at some point, someone's not going to get what they've always gotten. And that becomes the breakdown, right? And those are difficult conversations for some of our administrators to have. And that's where the coaching comes in. But a lot of times, like I said, we want to hear the thought process so we can help them into that conversation and navigate those conversations in a meaningful way. And there may be other alternatives. It may not be necessarily still static in that role. It may have to move into a different role. So there are opportunities for us, and it's a learning process. And I think you give this last group of schools and administrators who segued in another year, possibly two, and we will be in a much, much stronger place as far as competency to manage their budgets efficiently and effectively while maintaining everything that students and staff need within reason.
Well, I think we're on the right track, and like anything else, when you implement a new policy and procedure, it takes time. But I'm so excited to see where this is going to go long term as we get these administrators,
Sorry, hang on.
Find some of those things of overfunding. I'm excited about it, so thank you.
Apologize, Mr. Keys. I hit the button by accident. Dr. Allen, you're live. You're hot.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's good to see my fellow board member get all excited over here. And he's got all these metaphors of pulling levers, and I'm like, okay, is this like a slot machine that you're pulling on this app or whatever? But no, it's a thorough conversation. I appreciate it. And, obviously, I hear positive and challenges that our administrators are working through on this one. And, I would just commend you, Superintendent. I did have a principal, and I know that I've shared this with you and other experiences and other situations as well, but that they had a chance to reach out, personally and advocate for a particular need, and that adjustment was there. So I know that you've afforded that to our principals, and I appreciate that very much. I'm still trying to wrap my head around, too, because I know when we look at our FTE counts, we see it holistically, right? When I see those, the conference and the projections collectively, but are we seeing them from your angle, your perspective, is it per individual school and those forecasts?
Yes, sir. We actually pull the numbers from Focus, and we start with an estimate, and then we use our final Survey 2 numbers from the prior year to generate reports that we send to the schools. So it is individually by school, and we can see those weights that help determine your funding.
Yep. Because, if we look over the past years, typically that base student allocation is, moving up. Right? And whether percentage-wise is where we want it to be is the bigger question. But the base student allocation is not reducing in any way. So when I think about the formula that's built into the app, what would be an example of a principal when they look at their budget for next year and they see the forecasted numbers, and let's just say those numbers are steady, or they've had a slight uptick in regards to our conference projections. Is there a reason why the budget number would decrease?
There is. The budget number could decrease overall because there's a calculated indirect cost rate. So there's a cost to the budget department. There is a cost to the regionals. There's a cost to the school operation. And within that amount, typically that wouldn't happen if you had an increase in FTE, but you could see a decrease in budget year over year, predominantly driven by a decrease in FTE or a type. If you had basic education students and or I should flip it around, if you had a high number of high-level ESC students and then those students moved on to another school and you had basic ed students, your funding would be less because they're at a lower weight.
Program weight, correct. So, and that's good information. I think sometimes that can be arbitrary at points, when like principal's looking at that bottom number, hey, my FTE actually increased. Why now am I seeing a decrease in my budget? So just as long as we can provide some, really good communication around, so it's not arbitrary in nature. I think of one conversation that I've had recently from a SAC member from a particular school that's been with that school for a long, long time and a very strong advocate within our community. And they had concerns that they brought forward as it relates to programmatic. So specifically around, say, the IB program, right, where this, like the IB and those specialized programs, as Ms. Miller was noting as well, how are we doing with some of those? Because, the communication was, hey, we went in and this particular unit was cut and this doesn't meet what the requirements are for the IB programmatic changes and things like that. So how are we handling some of those issues?
So I don't believe, well, I know I never have, and I don't believe the message has ever been like, well, you're just gonna have to cut it. It's a programmatic requirement, then we're gonna find a way to make that work. You brought up IB, so I'll just use this as a generic example. I may teach some IB students, and I think for a long time we operated, I teach IB students. All day long, I'm an IB teacher. I think the paradigm has to shift a little bit. I'm going to teach students, and wherever the students are, that's where I'm going to teach. So I may teach 4 periods a day of IB, but maybe I pick up 2 periods a day that aren't IB because I'm a teacher at Bartow High School, or I'm a teacher at Haines City High School. So that's been some of the mind shift. But I know we work really intentionally, particularly around our Cambridge, our IB, both PYP, MYP, and DP programs. So I don't believe, well, I know for a fact Mr. Hyde's directive is we are not cutting programs on the back of site-based budget. We're not doing that. Academic programs or even CTE programs. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Well, part of it, I'm going to
Yeah, please do.
contribute to that as well. So I think this goes back to just because you had it before doesn't mean you generated that or the rationale is there to sustain it moving forward. When you have classes that have very small classroom sizes comparatively to every other department, I think that raises questions. I think when you're sitting on over $500,000 in internal funds that largely were generated, and I'm being generous with my low number, that were generated based off student outcomes, why are those dollars not being spent on those positions to supplement? So this is a good example where this is not, oh, woe is me. This is you need to be responsible and own up to the fact that you were over budgeted and overstaffed for years. And let's be honest, at the risk of jeopardizing other schools that had just as much need for students who are underperforming or other students. But those schools in particular are sitting on budgets that they could easily be spending to supplement their positions. And that's been the conversation with them the last 2 years. And this year moving forward, we're not budging on that. If you feel you need other positions, you've got those dollars available, you spend them. Because this can't be something that we sustain forever and ever moving forward. We support the students. We do. This isn't just about a staffing review. They do a master schedule review so that they can identify disparities in the scheduling for all of our students. So if a school wants to run guitar with 6 kids, as Ms. Collins pointed out, if you're insisting you're going to run that, where are you going to put 24 kids? Because you need a class size average to go across the board during elective periods. Those 24 kids have to go someplace else, which now means you're either increasing class size and then putting us at risk to have to pay a penalty at the end of the year to the state of Florida, or you're having to add another position at the cost of running a class with 6 kids. That does happen. That happens consistently across the board. So it's not just a matter of reviewing their allocation model, it's also a subsequent review of their schedule to make sure that the schedule is making sense and it's operating efficiently and effectively. It also, we talked to a lot of our principals. Some of our principals are really good at this. They've been doing it for years. They won't even ask me for a full allocation, or if they do, they'll say, Mr. Hyde, I'm appealing to your office based off our review. I'm asking for a full position, but I'm actually going to break that into 6 additional period supplements versus hiring one person. Fantastic. So they get 6 extra periods instead of just 5 by hiring a traditional full-time employee. So there's a lot of creativity and things. So there's a lot more to that narrative that people, laymen, may not know, because all they hear is the narrative of we're losing positions. Well, not exactly entirely true. And that's where I get frustrated, because school-based administrators need to take more ownership of their decision-making rather than trying to defer responsibility and blame. Also keep in mind, one of the reasons why enrollment may have gone up, but a school's overall budget may have declined slightly, we reallocated Title I funds this year. So that's also a contributor to this, so that we could prioritize those dollars in other settings. So there's a lot to the narrative to explain all of that. So thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Ms. Wyatt.
Hello. I have 2 questions. The first is, so when we talk about the site-based budgeting, one of the things that I think the district very wisely did when we moved to site-based was use the averages. And so it cost you, whatever, $60,000 for a teacher plus benefits, whether that is a first-year teacher or a 30-year teacher.
Right.
Because the concern originally is you don't want to encourage schools to hire all first-year teachers because they're cheaper. We want to make sure we have long-term teachers. My concern is that it came up this year when we did the reallocation of the Title I dollars, that if you are buying with your Title I dollars a position, you are buying at the actual cost as opposed to buying at the average. So that, therein too, is encouraging schools to hire a first-year reading coach instead of a reading coach that's been with us for years, or whatever it is the position that they're hiring. What is why can we not use the averages for Title I? I would assume at a Title I school, basically everybody that teaches there is qualified to be paid out of that.
Sure. So with Title I Part A, we have a strict statutory requirement to conserve what's called rank serve. So any school that has a higher poverty percentage has to have at least as much or greater per pupil allocation of Title I dollars. So if we were to do an average, we would not be able to accurately budget the total amount that it's going to cost the school for the next year.
But we have to budget on that, or we have to spend on that?
Both.
Okay, so when we submit the budget, it has to be based on the real cost?
Our schools for Title I are operating on a very tight margin. So if we were to budget based on averages, we would definitely go over for some schools on the rank serve and be out of compliance.
Okay. I guess I would love to see if we could get an example of that, because I can't, it's hard for me to reconcile in my mind how that's happening, especially because obviously I think the backstory is they were able to use teachers for so long, and they would use, everybody has a first-year teacher. So they would use their first-year teachers to be able to get more bang for their buck. But I guess I'm having a problem reconciling how all of a sudden we're worried about being able to meet those budget areas that we're not spending enough on teachers.
Since I've been in the Title I department, which has been about 12 years, we have always budgeted based on actual salaries in Title I because of that rank serve requirement. Last year, we relaxed our restrictions against classroom teachers, which is where some of our schools chose to pick up some classroom teachers. We ran into a lot of problems where several schools were going to go over their budget or were very close to going over their budget and rank serve using classroom teachers. So that's why this year we reverted to our previous policy of not allowing the schools to use classroom teachers, because there are additional expenses that occur whenever you have a classroom teacher, especially the sub costs whenever you are paying for a full-time staff, and then additional staff costs for that role as well.
Okay.
Ms. Wallace.
Sorry, I was waiting for, I have another question, but I was waiting.
Ms. Wyatt.
Was that, sorry, it sounded like there was more to the answer.
No, and I think we've talked about this before, because we build, again, Title I on a projection, and so some of these schools had staffed their schools based on, and then they actually fell out of Title I eligibility. So then I didn't have a budget, but I had reappointed my site-based budget with these people, and then I had these people that I really needed, like a math teacher I need. And so they didn't have a Title I budget now, and so that was problematic as well.
My second question is, we have several regional programs. So for example, we may have self-contained, maybe we have one school that has a unit for a regional program. My understanding is that if they are required, you have 9 students that are in this classroom and you have to have a teacher and a para, that's coming out of the school-based budget, even though the 3 schools surrounding me don't have to do that. So obviously, we as a district are imposing, you have to have this program. How are we reconciling that, and why are we not funding that from the district as opposed to funding that, making the school fund it?
So I think I know what you're saying to me. We've made some adjustments, and we can talk about pre-K was a big one. As far as I'm not generating enough for what it really costs, but I'm being charged. So I'm going to let Ms. Jenkins, we basically took those units back this year because, again, I work at an address, but I work for the schools. Like, it is my job equally to advocate, and I saw that there was an impropriety there and that we had forever amortized that over all schools in the budget, and now it's just stuck over here, and I'm having an inequitable experience for my kids. So we revisited that and we pulled those back. But some of those units, particularly like the access points units or maybe a self-contained regular state, they do generate weighted FTE for those. And so they're generating money to sustain those units.
And we've checked for any of those that they are self-sustaining, that there's not, because my understanding is that we have some that are not, that may not be recognized in their budget, that they're getting those extra dollars, but that's coming out of their budget. Does that make sense?
So I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to tell you because I don't know.
Okay.
I want to tell you yes.
Well, we can get back.
Because they understand how their FTE is calculated and the weightings, but I'm not going to guarantee it because I don't know.
Okay.
That's her job.
So basically, I just echo what Tracy said. We also looked at the Guardian program because we had charged the high schools for Guardian, or the elementary for Guardians, whereas we don't charge the high schools for SROs. So when we brought that back in, we had to redistribute the funding because that had been allocated in the site-based pot as well. So as things come up, we are reviewing them, and we're in year 4 of revisions to ensure that we're making it run as smoothly as possible. If there are specific schools, we would definitely look into them because I'm not aware of any, but we'd like to know as well when things pop up. Back to Dr. Allen's question that kind of goes with yours, if we see an anomaly like, wow, why did they go down so far? We dive in because we want to know that too. We want to be able to explain it to the schools.
And then my last one is that we have a couple schools, specifically our CFAA programs, have a second site, which then requires them to have a nurse, a guardian. Those types of things, they have to come out of their base because we're requiring them. We as a board have put programs in place that gives them extra. Does that come out of their base?
They are. I don't know their budgets from heart. JD might be able to speak to it as well. But if it is a requirement, yes, it comes out of their base. And then if that is one of the instances that because they have small enrollment, they may be a red school, they would fall into the we make sure you have enough dollars to at least fulfill the site-based budget
requirements. Okay, thank you. And then I have one comment, and then I promise I'm done. I too would love to play on this app that Travis is getting to play with. But I think it would be a great opportunity with our Inside PCPS group to let them also get a school to play on the app. Because I think it's so hard. We did something very similar. It was pencil and paper because it was, almost 10 years ago now when I went through Leadership Florida. And just having to, I know, Dr. Allen, you would have loved it. It was very impactful, I think, giving different scenarios of, do you choose to lose a guidance counselor or to lose a dean of discipline? This is the environment of your school.
So I hear you want us to build a simulation for the board. Do you want to be a small elementary and do you want to be a big high school? And we can build this simulation for you, how we balance.
It'd be great to have a couple different, I know that's just me. I would love to be able to explore a big high school that has 1 million academies and then also the small elementary school. Because I think in my district, I have Inwood, which is the sweetest, smallest school that there's no way to have that many students, you can adequately fund the AP, the nurse, the guard, all of those things to support it. But there's something so beautiful about having that true neighborhood school. And then you have Winter Haven High School that's spilling into every crevice of Polk County, it feels like some days, but that's really just doing a million different things. And so seeing both ends of the spectrums and how
perspective, I mean, I think we all go, that's how Inwood stays afloat.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the, we get funded on FTE, so Winter Haven's cranking it out. Some of that is being used to support.
And hence our conversation at the board retreat.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Mr. Keys, or pardon me, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you. I have just 2 quick comments and then a question. I don't know, where appropriate, it almost sounds like we could put a simulation on YouTube. And I don't know, again, I don't know, but it's like if we're trying to be more transparent, help the public understand, what considerations we make, we can make up the school to not put anything on display. But it would help me. I'd love to refer back to it. We could show our partners in the community when we're talking, just an idea. If it doesn't bake out in real life, I understand, but that's just a reaction it's just another way to communicate with the public how we site-based budget. And I love that we do that. And thank you, Superintendent Hyde, and to the team for implementing that process so that everybody's more transparent. Echoing all of my colleagues' comments, and I think I just want to say, and I'm saying this because I've toured close to 20 campuses now and then have been I'm almost to my goal of visiting all 23 programs and schools in my district, as I promised when I was sworn in. But one thing that's apparent is that there's still many staff who just don't understand the why, given all the questions, right? Like if enrollment is up, why are there fewer paras, or why are we losing, even up to principals? And what happens is when people don't know, they make up in their head why, and 98% of the time, whatever they're making up in their head is accurate, right? And then that can affect morale, that can affect perception, right? So I think that to the extent that y'all can reiterate to all of our principals to take the time to communicate with their staff and say, here are all the changes that are happening this year, and here is why. Do an FAQ, make sure everybody in the room understands, right? Even if we don't like them, at least just knowing the why is 3/4 of the battle. In my view, and just in talking to teachers and staff, I think a lot of them have an understanding of 5 to 10 years ago, and it's not reconciling. So it's like, we know we can't over communicate. So I just wanted to provide, I know you guys are working hard and that it's not like you're not telling them, but just please reiterate to principals to make sure everybody understands why. And then if one principal said that they noticed that the district had a different understanding of how many units they had versus what they actually had. Like, for example, if you had X number of units teaching one subject, the district had a lower number than what they actually had. And so if there was a misunderstanding about, like if there was a record keeping issue, they've raised that and there's been pushback. And I just want to understand, like, what would be the right way for them to go about? Like, who do you ask? Do they talk to the superintendent? Who do they talk to?
Typically, we ask the principal to go within division of schools. So they would escalate a concern maybe to the senior director working with them, or the regional, whoever that is.
Okay.
Most of the time, those questions can be answered, but then beyond that would be me.
Okay.
And I would hope that I could resolve any of those concerns or questions. But if not, certainly, I mean, the superintendent's always very available to his principals.
Great. Great. But yeah, thank y'all. This is awesome not awesome like it's fun to have to pick and choose between all these priorities, but awesome in the sense that we're helping the public understand, our staff better understand. And then, like what Superintendent Hyde was saying, is when certain schools were overspending by $1 million, that's how we're being held or more responsible to the taxpayers, is making sure that we're allocating more equitably, which is especially when we have under-enrolled schools in certain areas and over-enrolled, that all folds into rezoning too. So thank you all. Thank you, Superintendent.
You're welcome. There are no more questions and comments on that slide. We will move to the next.
this slide, Mr. Baldwin will speak to our federal programs and the changes or strides that we have made in those areas.
In developing our strategies for the strategic plan, one of the areas we wanted to address was evaluating our federal programs, specifically our programs funded by the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So that would be your Title I programs, Title II, Title IV, et cetera. And what we decided to do was to conduct formal evaluations for each of these programs. Each of the programs has kind of an informal evaluation that's due to the state, but it doesn't really go in depth with our programs. And one of the things that was really one of our focus is making the evaluations easy to read for everybody. Sometimes in the education world, we get lost in acronyms and jargon and statistical references. So once these evaluations are ready to be published, I think you'll see that they have been written in a way that is easy for the general public to be able to readily read and understand. We were very fortunate about 2 years ago now to be able to hire a federal programs evaluator. His name's Adam Roberts. He works in our department. Then he works with all the other subsequent departments to collect data, to make sure that he's analyzing that data correctly, and then representing it in those reports in a way that's easy to digest by everybody. So our goal is to have by June of 2026 a formal evaluation in progress for each of our ESEA programs. And I'm happy to say that I believe that we are on track to be able to provide you with all 6 of those program evaluations by the summer. And then we have a process in place to be able to continue to do those year after year without substantial investment of time and resources.
Proceed.
The next strategy that we wanted to look at was to, I don't think the slide changed. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Was to, in combination with the federal programs evaluation, was to look at our comprehensive needs assessment process and to make our process a little bit more uniform, especially given that we already do comprehensive needs assessments through our strategic plan reviews, school improvement planning process, and mid-year reviews. So what we've done over the last couple of years is to make that process more uniform and have it aligned to strategic plan metrics and outcomes that are identified in the strategic plan.
Proceed.
The last slide speaks to we are upgrading the district's business system. We have completed, we're in the final testing phases of SuccessFactors, which is the HR module. That's the module we use for hiring. And we are beginning the upgrade process for S/4HANA, which is the financial system. It includes the financials, purchase orders, anything payroll, anything related with that. So we are going to be able to eventually submit leave via electronic options. We are reviewing our payroll process to ensure that approvals are easier. We talked about that in our audit. And we're overall looking at the different processes and procedures as we move through.
There are no questions or comments. That was a letdown, board members. I thought for sure that one of those three, oh, Dr. Allen, here we go.
I'll add a comment to that. No, I mean, this is great. When Mr. Baldwin mentioned that, in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking about, we've had so many public comments over the years asking for that. And so I just want to affirm that process and that initiative. That's a really something that we've been asking for. And so I just want to say thank you for that. Mm-hmm. All right, does that help?
Yes, sir. Thank you. There's a lot of work that goes in the SAP upgrade, and payroll, as you all know, Bill Beasley likes to talk about there are 3 things in Polk County you don't mess with. You got to pick up your trash, you don't mess with their kids, and you don't mess with their pets, right? And we own the kids part. For us, it's don't mess with my benefits, don't mess with my payroll. So there has been an incredible focus on payroll of recent, because we're coming to the end of the month when obviously some of our employees will receive their once-a-month paycheck, to make sure that those things are done correctly. And any time where we have found an error, and there have been minimal errors to date, we're able to rectify those as quickly as possible. The one thing in our system we need to figure out how to do a little bit faster, and it's unfortunately, it's a result of the existing timelines. So as soon as payroll ends, we're processing payroll again. And there are times where it's difficult to basically, for the term we use is cut an off-cycle check, to pay someone in arrears for something that may be owed, or because something was underreported, there was an error, whatever the issues were. But we're trying to figure out a better system for that so we can be more responsive, because the last thing we need is for an employee who arguably may be living in a very tight economic situation to have to go without for 30 days or 15 days. So those are the areas that we continue to strive to focus on. But I want to say thank you to the whole team, because they have made sure that these things are a priority as the SAP upgrade goes through. And to Dr. Allen's point, there are many improvements that are captured in this SAP upgrade that have come as feedback from employees, from our principals, from other district staff. So excited to see this over the next 8 to 12 months come to a conclusion. Not in its entirety, so it'll always be an editing process for us, but thank you to the team. There are no further questions or comments on that. Next item we have is the Student Code of Conduct. Board members, I would ask that we try and get through this topic and then Frog Street curriculum, and then we could take a quick break if you're okay with that. I see nods. Okay. So, Mr. Wiggs. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Code of Conduct, just a couple of updates and changes to the code. I think you all have the change sheet there. I won't read everything. Some of these are going to be end up being formatting changes before they go print. And to save you all the soothing of my voice to read every one of those page changes, it'll just be some format changes that we'll put through. So you'll see page 3, table of contents. So that's what I'm saving you from, is everywhere where a table of contents change was, you know that that's going to happen, right? Page 10, ID badges. We're adding the bus, because now that there's widespread use of IDs and what it's causing getting on the bus, we want to make sure that we include buses that's covered. Technology use, we're cleaning up that section and just removing a phrase that was just sitting out there. Page 20. 3.02, progressive discipline, making sure that parents know that it's at the discretion of the principal, so we're cleaning up the language in that section. Page 33, this is actually something new, section 4.1, we're going to add this section to the code, section 4. It'll be 4.12, 4.13. Based on formatting, page 33. Want to add a new section, a student who disrupts, circumvents, or acts insubordinate to direct instruction at any process of a school or bus safety drill, random search, or critical incident is guilty of unacceptable behavior punishable as follows. From in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, short-term, out-of-school suspension, long-term, and alternative ed. And the purpose is so that we can provide consistency across the district, because now, we want to demonstrate that we've taken drills and school safety serious, and we just can't tolerate misbehavior during those incidents. We're deleting language, page 42, under 5.10, use, possession, or purchase of drugs. And that is to update it based on current trends and uses and vape pens. progressive discipline, again, cleaning up the language so that we make sure that parents understand that principals have the discretion and the authority to determine where it starts based on what they're doing. Simple battery, we're adding expulsion wherever there are cases of simple battery. And then the remainder of it from page 58 is the glossary that we want to add more language and terms so that parents will know exactly what it is.
Ms. Miller.
Hi, Mr. Wiggs. Thank you for presenting today.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to confirm for the public that there's still a meeting that includes the community members and interested parties to review our code of conduct annually.
Yes, to review it annually, yes. After this meeting, Mr. Green's office will publicize a 30-day notice that the public will have, 30-day notice before the next board meeting that they can come and voice their concerns about it.
But there is that committee that's still formed.
There is a committee, yes.
Okay,
We
thank
did
you.
meet, we met in person and they met virtual. They could do it either way, and we did that back in March.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless.
Mr. Wiggs, thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting. Mr. Butler, thank you for being here as well. I want to, I have a question on the page 42, 5.10, where we deleted that line about if the offense constitutes a felony, the principal shall assign the student to an alternative education program, talking about the use of possession and purchase. And the rationale was to update based on current trends and uses. Vape pens contain a liquid or resin, and by law, it's automatic felony. This was not our true intent. So I was just wondering if you could talk about that's not our true intent. So if you could just discuss that a little bit, because I'm a little hazy. I just want to.
Because now it's, by law enforcement, they change statute and law so that a vape pen is now a felony. And so that's no longer to the discretion of the principal because it is now statute. It's now law that they can be arrested. And if they are arrested, then we go through our protocols of where they'll be assigned. If it's their first one, then it's a suspension and a program. If it's their second one, then it can result automatically in alternative ed placement. But we had to clean it up because of statute change, that it is now, because vapes are prevalent and they changed the law, that it is a felony. We can't present it as though if it is going to be. It is a felony and they're being arrested.
And I can clear up a little bit more. So, in your vapes, it is liquid, cannabis, tar. So therefore, it automatically counts as a felony. In the previous years when this part of the code of conduct was written, most people had their little bag of weed, their little marijuana joint, and that was not an automatic felony. But once they started making the vapes with the tar oil in them, that constitutes a felony. So the old language that was talking if it constitutes a felony, you could be put to alternative ed on the first try, meaning if a kid walked in with a bag full of marijuana or 6 or 7 bags of marijuana, it wasn't a felony unless it was for distribution. Well, with one vape, it becomes a felony. So therefore, our intent was to give students the education not to do it again. So we offered the Phoenix program through Mark Wilcox on the first offense. The second offense, you've had your first time. Now you're going to our alternative site. If we don't take that out, they automatically go each time. And that defeats our true intent of trying to educate the students to begin with, give them that opportunity to be educated on drugs or alcohol, and then on their second time, they would go to our alternative program. Does that make more sense?
Yes, Mr. Wiggs, Mr. Butler, thank you for that explanation.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. Historically, for student code of conduct, we've gotten a summary that has where all the red lines are so that we don't have to scroll through, and that just summarizes the changes being made. Could we get that before the board meeting?
So we can give you a copy right now, or it was also emailed to you by Mr. Hyde. I believe we actually sent that email to you all and the board members when board docs went down.
Okay.
Not in the attachments. I think that's the problem, is I went back to the attachments. Code of Conduct Committee is there, the Code of Conduct Updated is there, which is the exact same document, and then the Code of Conduct edited red line version is there, but the one pager that we discussed is not attached here to the board docs. I can look at the email, and if it's there, we can go ahead and attach it, but
So
Yeah,
you'll know.
if it's an
Let me
email.
make sure I'm clear on what you're asking. You want to have a page that'll tell you where the red lines are?
Either where the red line, normally it's page 42, we took this out, and then because of statute, and it's just a quick one-page summary. It may be something that already exists.
well, Mr. Butler? Go ahead. It's not attached electronically either in the email that I received.
The change, you don't see a change sheet?
I see, no, I do not.
But this is what I'm looking for.
That's it? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So if you email this specifically, we'll get it attached. But board members now have a physical copy, so.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate it, gentlemen. More of just a discussion item, not really a question, but I think it goes back to what you were saying in regards to consistency across the district. I was just thinking, just sifting through the Code of Conduct, I think we've got two very minor references to artificial intelligence usage, students' usage of AI. And I just wanted to know, because I can't imagine the variation of usage across the district. So how can we ensure more consistent expectations and usages, or recommended usages district-wide? Is it a good place for it to be in the Code of Conduct? Or Superintendent, what is your vision for how we sort of bring some consistency around artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so board policy currently has addressed that, as well as our technology utilization form that students have to sign and agree to. We are in conversation about being a little bit more specific, not limited to AI, but other devices that are now potentially being used to record information on campuses, like glasses and other things. So we are talking about language that will specifically address that. We do not have AI being utilized at scale, which is probably why you've not seen an AI-specific topic addressed here, specifically or isolated in the Code of Conduct, but that is soon to happen. We've been intentionally slow-rolling our AI, contingent upon exactly what took place today. The state had intended to address AI and be incoming based off what was being shared. The intent was to be very restrictive, which would have put us in a difficult position had we initiated and then have to pull back or cease and desist any activities. So we got good news today that the House has no intention on proceeding with that topic, and will close session today and then return later to address the budget. So that will allow us now to move forward. We do have an AI committee that is formed, and they'll be convening part of the reorg that will be discussed with you at the next meeting. Will outline how the IT department is being restructured to provide more explicit supports on the academic side and for innovation, instructional innovation. So that being said, I think you will see the Code of Conduct be updated yet again, as it is annually, to include more specific restrictions. But we don't have an AI procedure yet. We don't have AI outlined as far as utilization yet, but it is addressed specifically within board policy, which does give us the ability to then apply student code of conduct because there are some broad technology use, misuse allowances. So student cannot reproduce someone's image. They can't do certain things. I believe that policy and the student code of conduct will continue to evolve.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There are no further questions, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, board members, before we take a break, is the Frog Street curriculum. Is Ms. Allen here? Oh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hyde. Good afternoon, Board. I'm excited to bring before you today our department's recommendation for a new curriculum for our early childhood programs across Polk County Public Schools. Need for this updated curriculum is rooted in the fact that our current curriculum provides limited explicit instruction in social skills and in literacy skills. In contrast, the new program, Frog Street, offers a comprehensive, research-aligned, research-based approach to both literacy and social skills development, and it's included in the Florida State approved curriculum list for low-performing providers. In contrast, our current curriculum is not. However, I have to explain that we have an even more exciting aspect to this adoption, and that is that it was done in collaboration with the Early Learning Coalition of Polk County, which is brand new, very different than what we've done before. And what that means is that we will be able to collaborate with them in a couple of different ways. The first way is ensuring that all students across Polk County, not just Polk County Public Schools, because they all become our students, right? All of our students have access to that same curriculum. So it includes continuity and ensuring that all of our students are getting that, as well as an opportunity to again, collaborate with them to provide professional development to not only our teachers, but private providers, which they get very limited professional development. So if we are developing our teachers and building that capacity, I think in developing those guys, if we're doing it, bringing them in, that's a game changer for our kids. And the impact of that really, it can't be understated because it ensures that our kindergartners, as they're coming in, have received quality standards-based instruction prior to entering our schools. From my understanding, this also would be the first of its kind in the state of Florida. In my conversations and Dr. Allen's conversations with Dr. Hutek, that would be brand new in the state of Florida. So it stands to become a model in the state of Florida, which I think is really important and kind of cool for Polk County. Now to the documents you hopefully have in front of you. It outlines the budget impact, which is extremely important. The first quote encompasses our programs, which is Head Start, VPK, and Title I VPK units, which totals 105 classrooms. The second quote outlines the cost for our ESE pre-K classrooms, which totals 69 classrooms. This part's particularly exciting for me because it ensures that all students enrolled across all of our programs in Polk County Public Schools receive the same materials and curriculum, which includes strong differentiation tools to meet the needs of each student across any of our program. No matter which program they walk into, it is the same. The total budget impact would be $712,810 to provide standards-based, research-based. Very different. Our current curriculum is not research-based, which is why it's not approved through the state of Florida for low-performing providers. Curriculum to all 173 classrooms and 2,438 students enrolled in one of our programs. Two quick notes. This includes all resources that the teachers will need. It's not just teachers' manuals, it's not all those things, it's also the manipulatives and the other materials that they will need for their classrooms. So it's not like teachers have to go out and buy stuff to put along with these things. It's everything that they need in one shot. Finally, the digital program is not included today for your approval as it is still making its way through the PURE process, which we all know and love. However, I want to note that the digital content that you will get before you is all teacher facing. There is no student technology component within this preschool program's curriculum. And also, even though you're not approving it today, the budget impact, there is no more. This budget that you are seeing today includes everything, including the technology. We just can't approve it today because it's not approved through the PURE process. And I'm willing to take any questions.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Stewart, amazing. I really appreciate your excitement around this, and then Dr. Allen's work as well. I remember this came to us maybe last month during work session. So, and then Superintendent, thanks for your time on that board and serving on the board with the Early Learning Coalition. So your presence there, I'm sure, is much appreciated for these types of initiatives as well. So thank you. Just, as far as, sake of clarification, the pure approval process, right? This is based on state law that we can't use software that shares third-party data or student data in essence. So do we see any issue? I mean, will this be in order? We'll get it through the pure process in time so we can have that fall launch?
I believe so. I believe it will get through, specifically because it really doesn't include student data, right? I'll let Mr. McNaught speak to that.
It doesn't include student data. And one of the main things is making sure it's aligned to all the other programs that we have in our systems itself. So it's just to check to make sure we don't buy something and then it doesn't work in our system, just being fiscally prudent on that.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have, Superintendent.
Sir, Mr. Sharpless.
Ms. Stewart, thank you for being here today and
for having me.
presenting this. I would just want to say, fellow board members, last month at the Head Start Policy Council, which is part of my board assignment, the Frog Street curriculum was presented to our parents at that. They had an opportunity to look at it, and they seemed very excited. So I can tell you from the end users, and our parents and our constituents, I think this is going to be a great thing. The question I have, we talk about the program objectives, is to improve kindergarten readiness rates to increase student achievement, which this is something we have seen, Polk County lags the state average in. I was just wondering, have we, will there be goals created on how, where we would like to see that kindergarten readiness score go with the use of this? You said it's research-based, so we know some of that. I was wondering, how do we know we have succeeded?
That's a great question, and we will, if within that, when it says research-based, right, that actually research, part of it was done in Hillsborough County, and we have the research, we have the kind of the process that they use there, so that is something that we could model that after, if we, all decided to do that, and of course, if that's something that everyone wants, I think it is a good thing that we are looking at that. And I think another thing that we really have to look through, Dr. Allen and I have talked about this before, is that many times actually, is we need to see our pre-K not only in that pre-K readiness rate, right, but how does that translate to third grade scores? How does that translate to all of those things? So we are looking into, tracking that data throughout and increasing those school readiness scores, because that's really where it's at. I do believe right now it does not include a literacy component, and that is huge. And for us to readopt the new creative curriculum, which does include a literacy component, they charge more and they're not research-based. So I truly believe that this is the right one. And again, I do want to say it was not just the determination of Dr. Allen and I or anybody on our leadership team. This was taken to a group of teachers and our coaches and our leadership team and everybody, and including the Early Learning Coalition was there to watch the presentations. So I'm confident that literacy component, because we all know kindergarten is not the kindergarten we went to, right? It's not the same, will increase those school readiness rates.
Thank you much. Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I appreciate you explaining how you determined to use this program. That was going to be my question, what other programs were looked at and if there was teacher or parent input. Sometimes vendor-promoted programs, work for a few and not the many, so I'm glad there's been more eyes on this. My question and concern is always implementation of programs that we invest in. We invest in some really great programs in a district this size. The rollout and implementation of those programs can sometimes waver depending on the process. So I'm assuming that there's a plan and a goal to make sure that all of our students are being able to reach this curriculum. My question is, you said there were no more costs, but you mentioned consumables. So is there an ongoing cost for manipulatives and things that are being used in the classroom?
No, those manipulatives, I'm sorry if I didn't clarify there, they're not consumable. They're
Okay.
manipulatives that are used, think pattern blocks, think math manipulatives, Unifix cubes, all of those things that the teachers will just have in their classroom. So they do not incur any additional expenses. It's not like they have to go out and purchase things. There are no additional costs. This is for a 5-year implementation. That's it. There are no additional consumable costs, workbooks, anything like that, because we don't really use blackline type masks.
And we'll have data collected on the results from this program within the 5-year implementation, right?
For sure, I would think I think within the first year, one would hope that, not this time next year, but the next year after we get our kindergarten readiness rates back, we would really be able to bring some of that research back to you as we do it. You asked about program rollout. We do, one thing that Early Childhood Programs does is our CDATs actually, which service some of our teachers. There's some programs have different things, but they all have CDATs. Their contract comes back like 2 days before everyone else. So we have something called Starting Out Right. SOAR, Mr. Hyde spoke at it last year, and I'm sure he will be back again this year to get them all ready to go. And that is where we plan to roll out that. Also, we will have on Contact Day, there will be a full kind of everybody, full court press on that day. Frog Street is there. If you look at the budget statements, you'll see in there that there's a cost, I want to say off the top of my head, $3,000-ish for them to come in and provide that, Frog Street themselves. And we've talked to them about what that looks like. We also will have office hours where they can come into Teams meetings, things like that, ask questions. And my team will become very well versed in this program and go in along with our coaches that serve our early childhood programs as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to just interject real quick because I've heard it mentioned now twice about the data side and kindergarten readiness. We will track the data for these students. Our kindergarten readiness rate is largely affected by the general population that does not attend pre-K or attends a family-supported or a community-based pre-K that does not address early instruction, letter sounds, those types of things. So that's important to note, that the data that we collect will be specific to the baseline that we collect for the incoming population, but that our overarching kindergarten readiness rate is largely outside of the district, unfortunately. And Mr. Hutek is very quick to point out that our very low kindergarten readiness rate is a direct result of low pre-K engagement in Polk County. So I just wanted to point that out, that when we look at the data, we are going to separate the two data points because it's not fair to hold us accountable to a kindergarten readiness rate that we have no impact on or no involvement in. So, Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you, because that was one of the things I had a question on. When we get incoming kindergartners, do we know where they've, obviously self-reported, but do we know where they've come from if they're not from us? So if they were at a private preschool or other programs?
Not always. It depends on whether or not they participate in ELC, and it depends on other factors. But again, as you mentioned, self-reported data, but the ELC does partner with us to a certain extent. So, and they only continue to partner with high quality providers, but that's a small percentage of the overall pre-K enrollment in Polk County.
I would think it would be great if we can capture where kindergartners are coming from, because yes, we're using Frog Street, but if you mentioned that everyone in ELC will have access to it, it would be interesting to see if our implementation has a greater effect on kindergarten readiness than some of our partners. It also may be an opportunity for us to approach partners and say, hey, we're doing this with great success. This may be something that you want to look at as well.
Our established partners through the ELC don't seem to be the issue. The issue is, again, the overwhelming percentage who are not engaging in a traditional pre-K setting. And that's due to a lot of reasons, financial and others, mostly financial, unfortunately, because it's incredibly expensive, as you know, and others know. But the reality of it is that's outside of us. One of the things that we've talked about is that when we're doing trainings and the room is half full, should we go ahead and offer a broad invitation to others who may not traditionally partner with Polk County Public Schools to come and just see. So if we're doing an early literacy training, why not advertise it, even if those students are not within our system, even if they're not in one of the ELC programs, simply because arguably, long-term, those students are going to benefit. And if we're training 50 people, what's the difference between 50 and 200? So that would be something that we're going to be talking about moving forward with our ELC, early learning focus, and potential expansion as we talk about the expanded utilization of certain campuses and opportunities that we face there. But this is a good example of that, where we have to be very strategic with our data and very intentional to tell that story. And the other problem with kindergarten readiness is the timing of the test and how it's administered. So there's a lot to that. And I think we actually might want to bring Dr. Hutek back to speak about that, because he is such an expert. And I'd like you to hear it from an outside person who will affirm a lot of what we've said here today, because we are partnering aggressively in that regard to help increase overall participation and enrollment in quality programs. So.
Thank you. And then my other question, and I appreciate you talking about technology because you know how I feel about screens with our littlest learners. Before the meeting, when I was researching just Frog Street, and because I saw the addendum about technology piece, so of course that raised flags for me. It talks about their partnership with ABC Mouse. I'm assuming that is something that will be, parents can use it if they want outside, but can you talk about how we're engaging that piece? Is that something that we just share with parents? And
Yes, you are correct. It is definitely something that they're doing at home. We're not going to have kids on ABC Mouse because they're getting a lot of that at home. They're getting a lot of that at home. So when they're with us, we want them teacher facing, working on, playing in centers, doing things that are math based and literacy based and play based, because that's where it really is. So yes, those are programs that are home. We have those now. We have a few that are directly to parents. We have some that are to students through the curriculum that we have, and those are primarily home. Not primarily, they are home-based programs.
Beautiful. And so just to clarify, there are no digital components for students to be on devices.
That is correct.
During our pre-K program when we adopt this.
That is correct. The only anything digital they really will touch is in the testing phase of the STAR program, the kindergarten readiness assessment. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Watt? Okay.
Mr. Keys?
The awesome part about being last is that all your questions get answered. So my first was on the cost, so thank you for clarifying that. But then the discussion we've had over and over again about data really intrigues me, because I wonder at some point, we talked about low engagement on those outside of us, and we went through this. It wasn't recently. Now my youngest is in 3rd grade, but we struggled to find quality programming for our second child, and it was really about what they were doing. Was it just a social program, or were they actually getting any kind of academics and curriculum with that? So I'm interested in seeing, as we say there's low engagement outside of what we can control, right? But how do we measure the effectiveness of this against those? And I guess we really can't. There's not a method of. So do we, when we say the question was asked, where do these students come from? Do we have, and a lack of a better terminology for it, like an entrance exam, right? Or so information, hey, when your child is enrolling in kindergarten, was there it's 2 questions. Was there any early learning before, any pre-K? And if so, where? And not that we're, gathering on this and we can measure against it, but I would really, really love to see on those programs outside of us using this, how much more or less, I would assume more, that those students, their readiness, or they are achieving at higher levels than those that did not to get engaged in this.
And to go back to Mr. Hyde's point, I think it's a lot to do with it's a lot to do with ELC. They have a little more of that information. Of course, there's some information we don't have at all. But I think putting processes, procedures, and structures in place to possibly be able to track that, I think that's something that we can definitely.
Even the limited data, what we can get,
Right.
to say, hey, this is the use of, this is the absence of, and measure those results against each other. I would love to see some kind of data within that 5-year period that shows us, hey, this is the preparedness, readiness of that child coming into kindergarten and the difference it made. I'd love to see some data on that.
That would be exceptional data to see.
So the best data set we'll be able to provide will be in year 4.
Okay.
We can provide annual performance metrics towards I hate to say towards kindergarten readiness, the assessment, because just the way it's administered and the timing of it and some other factors, but that's the best measure we'll have. And we'll look at other performance indicators that we can work through with our staff. But year 4 will be the first cohort hits 3rd grade. And then we can do a comparative analysis, although we will have some literacy data in K1 and 2. And we can start building to that, but benchmarking against the state assessment might make more sense. So we'll provide annual data and updates, because the other part to it too is we may be able to identify the sweet spot with use and the impact. And as you know, Ms. Wyatt said, we're going to be having a conversation soon about the intentionality of our use of technology in the classroom, and screen time is a much broader topic than just instructional screen time. Kids spend far more time on a personal device than they do on a school device. It's just a reality. At the end of the day, however, if parents are going to segue into other utilities, because by virtue of an automatic relationship with this program, like ABC Mouse and others, I don't know how we're going to collect and analyze that. And but this is important because engaged parents have better student outcomes.
Yes.
Period. And that's hard to measure, because now we're starting, it's very subjective. We're guessing this parent's more engaged than this parent, and that's not fair either. So we have to be very intentional. So what I'd like to do, based off the questions that the board and the comments that you've made, is have Mr. McNaughton, as our Chief Academic Officer, work with the team and work specifically with Ms. Riley Hawkins to outline how we're going to monitor this, what we will measure, what we won't measure, and bring that back to you.
Yes, I think it's going to be really easy to capture the use thereof, right? And I love what you said against state, the state average. That's something that we can make a clear designation on, right? We know which students have engaged in using this, and then we can measure that against the state outcomes. I think that's going to give us our first metric. So I'm really excited to see that. And I know it's far out, but wow, what an awesome opportunity that we're engaging in. I think it's going to be a great benefit to us.
I just think it's important for you to know, and I know Dr. Allen and I talk about this quite frequently, data's data. You can make it say what you want.
Oh, yeah.
So the variables and the intentionality of how we're sorting and analyzing data is really important. So I'd like to outline that for you, and then let the general public understand that as well.
Thank you.
And what I'd like to do is at the same time bring forward the topic of our proposal for screen time. Just make it one comprehensive conversation, okay?
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Board members, this is the agreed location where we agreed to take a break. So, Mr. Chair, would you like 15 minutes? What's the board's?
15-minute break. We'll be back at 3:25. At this time, I would like to call this meeting back to order and turn it over to Superintendent Hyde to finish leading off our work session today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Candy Amato, Senior Director for Charter Schools. Ms. Amato has the next 4 items on our agenda. But these are typically very fast.
They are. Well, the last one. So good afternoon. So item number 6 is a 10-year contract for Mia Escuela Montessori. We followed the model standard contract, and we agreed on any type of revisions between both parties. So it's pretty standard and straightforward.
Seeing no questions.
Okay. Moving on to item number 7, which was a charter contract for McKeel Academy Mulberry. It is a 5-year contract. Again, same thing. We followed the standard contract issued by the state of Florida and agreed on any revisions.
Mr. Sharpless.
So I noticed our next item is the contract renewal for McKeel for 15 years.
Correct.
So this to make sure we're clear, the Mulberry campus for 5 years, and then the system for another 15 years.
Correct. 2 separate contracts.
Gotcha. And so then maybe once they're done with the 5-year, I would suggest maybe applying for a 10-year, then they can all be at a 15 mark.
It will depend on what their board wants to do. If Mulberry Academy becomes a high performing, then they're automatically eligible for a 15-year contract.
Excellent. Thank you.
No further questions or comments.
Okay. And then the following item, as Board Member Sharpless just mentioned, is the School of McKeel Academy. So it will be all 3 of their current campuses that are operating, and they are requesting a 15-year contract. They are a high-performing system, and again, followed the standard contract and agreed on any revisions.
Seeing none.
Okay, the next item is not as quick and simple. So it is Bridge Prep Academy, Middle High, submitted a charter application for review. So the charter review team conducted a comprehensive review, and we also had an external evaluator assist with that process. They do plan, if approved, to open in August of 2026. So yes, that is in just a few months around the corner. So I will be bringing our outside consultant, Vanessa Glenn, to the podium to present to you our findings. She brings, just to give you a little background, she does bring a wealth of knowledge from both the state of Florida and the national perspective on what's happening in charter world and through charter sponsors. She takes an unbiased approach, guiding the charter review team, which consists of district staff, to ensure a thorough and fair process while maintaining the integrity of the entire review. We are incredibly grateful for her dedication and her extra work she put in. Just so that you know, we typically have 90 days from the time an application drops until it has to come to the board for approval. But based on our spring schedule of graduations and spring break, we had 37 days to review this process. So not only was our external evaluator working double time, so was the review team to ensure that we met the May 5th board meeting so that we could get this approved and still meet our 90 days. So it was an extremely tight timeline that everyone put in some overtime to get done. So I just want to make sure that was publicly recognized, both by Mrs. Glenn and our review team. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Mrs. Glenn.
Thank you and good afternoon. Today I'll be walking you through the charter application for Bridge Prep Academy of Polk Middle High School. This presentation is intended to provide context on the application, explain how it was reviewed, and highlight key findings, including both strengths and weaknesses. I'll begin with the statutory framework that guides the charter application reviews, followed by an overview of the proposed school, and finish with the charter review team's recommendation. The board is scheduled to take action on this charter application at the May 5th board meeting. Under Florida law, the sponsor has 90 calendar days to act on an application and is required to use the state evaluation instrument. The statute and Florida rule work together to ensure the process is consistent, transparent, and grounded in statute and best practice. Standard 2 of the Florida Principles and Standards states that a quality sponsor will implement a fair, transparent, and rigorous application review process to ensure only applicants with demonstrated capacity are approved. As part of the process, the sponsor reviews the educational, organizational, and financial plans, conducts a capacity interview, and bases its recommendation on the evidence presented. Just a quick overview of the application overview. The application proposal is for Bridge Prep Academy of Polk Middle High School, serving grades 6 through 12 through a phased expansion with grades 6 through 9. The school projects 204 students in year 1 based on 100% enrollment. The current school is undergoing a contract renewal that modifies their existing K-8 structure to a K-5, and this application adds a middle high school program. The education service provider is SMART, or the ESP, management, and the proposed opening date, as Candy mentioned, is August 2026. The evaluation process begins with the submission of the charter application, followed by detailed review using the state-required evaluation instrument, which the board has received. A capacity interview was conducted on April 8th to address clarifying questions developed by the charter review team. The full team reviews each section of the application in detail, documents strengths, concerns, and any unresolved questions, and then makes a recommendation to the superintendent. Before I move forward, I do want to give a shout out to the charter review team for their time, expertise, and thoughtful participation through this review process. There were several departments that provided valuable input as subject matter experts, and I truly appreciate them. The mission of Bridge Prep Academy of Polk Middle High School is to provide a challenging academic curriculum that will encompass an enriched Spanish language program, technology, and experiences that will enable students to develop in all areas. With that, the team saw a strong mission alignment and clear instructional vision. The applicant also brings expertise operating within an existing charter network. At the same time, several concerns came up around documentation, alignment between the narrative and exhibits, and overall readiness for implementation. From an instructional standpoint, the application demonstrates multiple areas that meet the standard. The mission reflects a clear commitment to academic rigor, bilingual enrichment, and whole child development. The proposed education program includes a second language model, planned supports for diverse learners, including ESC and ELL students, and curriculum aligned to Florida standards, all of which support the school's mission and intended outcomes. Instruction is grounded in the gradual release of responsibility model and supported by research-based practices, such as explicit instruction, collaborative learning, inquiry-based tasks, and data-driven differentiation. The program is further strengthened by a technology-rich environment and a multi-tiered system of supports, including targeted interventions, tutoring, and enrichment to meet student needs across performance levels. In student performance and assessment, the applicant demonstrated an understanding of state accountability requirements and included multiple assessment tools. However, the team identified concerns with outdated assessment references, an incomplete assessment cycle, and academic goals that were developed prior to the school start. So those would need to be recalibrated with actual student data. Organizationally, strengths include an established governing board, clearly identified school leadership, access to centralized ESC and instructional support, and an employment framework is consistent with the existing Bridge Prep charter network. Bridge Prep has identified Ms. Robin Pregano, who serves as the current school principal, will transition into the new middle high school principal role. From a governance perspective, The structure aligns with statutory requirements. However, no governing board member participated in the capacity interview, limiting the team's ability to assess board readiness and understanding of statutory responsibilities. There was also limited detail on how the board will evaluate and hold the ESP accountable for their performance. These factors are important in determining the board's ability to provide independent and effective oversight. Reviewers noted that the applicant demonstrated awareness of financial risks, including a contingency plan should enrollment hit below targeted numbers. There is also evidence of the ESP's experience in managing charter school finances. There were several financial concerns that were identified during the application review process. These include inconsistent budget assumptions based on enrollment at 95% and 100%, with no single definitive baseline identified. The 50% enrollment scenario was not clearly exhibited, and a $425,000 contingency commitment was included in the narrative but was not documented. Also a required financial statements, such as a balance sheet and anticipated fund balance, were not included in the application. From an operational standpoint, there were both strengths and concerns. Strengths include co-location with an existing campus, which reduces facility risk, and evidence that the facility meets code requirements. Concerns include conflicting classroom capacity calculations and a transportation plan that lacks private transportation vendor and cost detail and implementation clarity. One final note on operations, the applicant did clarify plans to utilize a school resource officer through the Polk County Sheriff's Office and to participate in district-led trainings. A review of Addendum DD in the application shows that the applicant and ESP operate multiple charter schools with documented academic performance and clean financial audits. This brings us to the charter review team's recommendation, the moment we've been waiting for. Following a comprehensive application review and discussion, the charter review team conducted a formal vote and voted unanimously 16-0 to recommend approval of the application. This recommendation reflects the team's determination that overall, the application demonstrates sufficient capacity to open and operate a charter school, with identified areas to be addressed through contracting and pre-opening process. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I would think there would be no secret that what I jumped to, based on my knowledge of things, was the budget item that did not meet standard. And I want to pick out a couple of the notes that were labeled in there, and then I'm going to ask a follow-up question. So they didn't identify a single definitive enrollment figure, and after using the 100% enrollment, referenced smart management if it fell below 50, but didn't provide documentation for the commitment. That's concerning. And one of the big things is, in my profession, is the lack of even submitting a balance sheet. So that concerns me, right? And then, anticipated fund balance. And then the last, thing that I'll comment on, it says, doesn't clearly distinguish financial oversight responsibilities, another one. So the only thing that I'll say positive about that is there is a history of being financially, I guess, able to run these schools. But this is where my question is coming in. Based on those statements that I've made, and this is an assumption I understand, do we think that perhaps it's because the application was rushed in such a short amount of time that the supplemental information wasn't given? Because that puts kind of us under a pinch and saying, hey, we don't have this, we've partially met the standard, but we're trying to push through, it seems like quickly, to start a school year, these things without having everything that a balance sheet is a pretty basic function. These things aren't in place. So I guess I'm rambling a little bit here, but that's my question. Do we think it's because it was rushed that we're not getting some of these? And is there a history with this system overall of not providing these things?
So during the capacity interview, they did indicate that they did not provide the balance sheet because they would have to wait until their audits were done.
Okay.
So, and then they would submit 3 different balance sheets based on their projected numbers.
And if I can add to that, if the application does get approved, and if a contract does get approved, statute states that they are required to provide a balance sheet and as well as any estimated revenues, as well any changes to fund balances to the sponsor.
A balance sheet, not 3 balance sheets.
Correct.
Okay, I'm clarifying that. Because if I handed my CPA 3 balance sheets, you kind of do one of these things to me. Okay.
No, it'll be submitted on a monthly basis.
Okay, that's my only concern in that is that the lack thereof, and I assumed that it was because of the rush of getting to and not having their audits done. Thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Amato. But yeah, those were my concerns. That's all.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I appreciate that thorough presentation. I think having the third party really be a part of that review team is so important, especially when we have multiple concerns with schools in general. It's unfortunate that none of the board members participated. I think that's been the issue before, and I don't know that they're mandated to, but that just, it would be helpful and show interest in the community if I could get their participation in these reviews. Mr. Keys asked some of the financial questions that I asked, but I think the one that's outstanding is the requirements that you've shared as far as the balance sheet and other things that are required. Is that follow-up done through your office, Ms. Amato, or is that the Department of Education that has to, who is the accountability factor for this?
I would follow up between the charter office, and we will collaborate with our finance team to ensure that we have all of the documentation that we need.
After it's approved, it's your office that follows up. What if you do not receive the documentation? What is I don't know the protocol for the big box charters that aren't here. I don't have a board member to call and ask.
So they do have a local board member.
Okay.
That is a Polk County resident.
Oh, good. Maybe they'll be involved.
That is one of their current stipulations in their current contract for their existing K-8 school.
Right.
We will continue to try to embed that language into their future contracts, which is kind of the whole point because they are a big box, so to speak.
We just have a lot of local charters here that have old relationships, which I think is helpful. This school, does very well. We're in need of space out there. I think it'll do fine, and expanding it is probably good for them. The collaborative piece is helpful when we have those relationships, and we've done so well with that. And hopefully we can do that in the future.
And most of the staff that they currently have that operate the K-8 school will still be our point of contact.
Oh, good.
We do have positive working relationships with them. So
Okay.
a phone call and email, and they're typically pretty responsive.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of this was just because of the time frame, and it'll all be resolved by the time that you're requiring those documents. Thank you.
There are no further questions or comments.
So this will come to you next week for a vote. Thank you.
Board members, the next item we have is a comprehensive agreement for the new high school in the Point Siena area. At this time, I'll introduce Mr. Fix, and Mr. Green is also contributing, and we have some guests with us in case there's some questions.
Harry, you want me to tee it up?
Pardon?
I can tee it up if you want.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Just to kind of give a little history of how we got here. So currently, the district and Fortress are operating under the interim agreement. That was signed back in April of 2025. One of the final steps of that agreement was for the 90% plans to be accepted by the district. That happened on April 14th. And the next step after that, according to the interim agreement, was that the parties will negotiate the comprehensive agreement. We didn't wait for that hallmark to happen before the process. We actually started it well before that. the district sent an initial draft to Fortress in March, and we finalized the draft you see before you right around the time of almost to the day of the acceptance of the 90% plan. So that's just what happened and what you've got before you kind of as the next step in the process here.
And I would just add, it's really thick. Brought a copy of this with it. So as Mr. Green said, we've, back in last year of April, when the board approved the interim agreement, and then we've built upon that. And of course, because this hasn't been done, and I'm not sure if it's been done at all at the high school, public high school level in Florida, a triple P program, we had to take some time in putting together this document. We had not only Mr. Green involved, but we also had Brian Williams involved, as well as John Murphy involved in our school board's interest to make sure that we got this agreement and got all of the safeguards that we could in it. Much of the staff of facilities and operation was involved in it too, to make sure that it followed our processes as well as we could with everything in it as well. This is a unique process for us. As you know, we typically don't do things through this process, so this is new for us. And one of the, as you might remember, one of the reasons that the board had wanted to go through a P3 process is because this way we could also acquire the land at the same time, which you now know we've already done. So I stand for questions.
Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Superintendent. And I had reached out to Mr. Green just to clarify on a couple things, and just wanted those to be brought forward just for clarity's sake as it relates to two things. One, giving some background information on how we came to that $10,000 per day as it relates to the caps on developer liability. And I think then it's capped out at 2 million. We would hope that we don't, have to have a 200-day delay to even get to that amount in general. But seeing that the caps on the liability as it relates to the language on the broad relief events, and these are sort of excusable delays that go beyond just like natural disasters. So I'm just curious how those coincide, right? So beyond the natural disasters, which we hope that would not be an issue to delay construction, but we have government approvals, that's a part of that language, and utility delays, right? Those are two that, I don't know, are we certain that we wouldn't have utility delays or governmental approval delays?
We're pretty confident that we're good with those things. Now, one of the reasons, though, and it's funny that actually Principal Myers is here. When we opened up, I always want to say 21C, South Point, we had delays there, and we were able to work with the builder and with the company, and we were able to accommodate and get in there and do everything that we needed to anyway. But we started looking back at that contract saying, wow, if we had to have done something even more extraordinary off campus, found a way to house the kids, the costs that were in that contract wouldn't have begun to cover it. And so in this instance, we said, well, let's look at these things. Let's look to see if we can protect ourselves a bit better. So we started kind of beefing those portions up a bit. And as we go forward, we'll probably continue to do the same thing. We were just trying to be very cautious. However, even in this instance, a high school is built with multiple buildings. Even when we opened Davenport High School, we were able to open it up and get the buildings, enough buildings open to get the children on campus and going. One of the other things that this district typically does is you typically don't open with a full school the first year, so that makes it easier to accommodate the student bodies as well. But this was just in case we needed a little more assurity to cover any of the unintended consequences for the board, why we were looking at those. I don't know, hopefully that answers.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless?
I've got a few questions. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fix, today to present. My first question is, in the agreement, it mentioned that the total lump sum that we would pay Fortress is $177,544,822. And I'm wondering how, if we could, I would like to have a very clear, whether that's a document or something to show what the BAFO was that they originally submitted. What costs have we incurred up to this point? Like we purchased land, we had other costs as well, and then plus the lump sum of $177,000, and compare that to the BAFO price that we originally had, and see where we're at. That would make me feel very comfortable about voting to approve. So that would be something I asked, just to have clarity and transparency.
Absolutely.
That would help me. So.
And Mr. Green's signaled to me, he's got that.
Oh, excellent.
For us.
If you could please let the board have that as well.
I draw your attention to Appendix 5, Schedule of Values. I believe that information is embedded there. It's got the BAFO price, the current price, and what's included in that current price.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I'll have to go back and look. Okay.
It's gonna be.
What page is that?
Sure. It's an appendix, so it's the very end.
Joshua just told us
113.
113.
Okay.
Page 123.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. 113.
Excellent. That'll help me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so that gives pretty good detail of the detailed cost breakdown of each of those items. It has the amounts paid. It includes the design, includes the property that was purchased.
And then and then also comparing that to the BAFO price.
So the BAFO is listed, if you look at line, well, it's not a line number, it's an initial budget amount.
Okay, gotcha.
See that there?
Yep.
That's the BAFO. And then the agreement price is above that. That's the total, the 177 amount.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. And sorry.
It's okay. I just didn't see that in the appendices. All right. The next, really, I'll ask just one more question. So I noticed on page 67 when I was reviewing this, let me go back and look at this. Yeah. When it talks about relief events, that differing site conditions is one of those. And so if there's some sort of differing site condition, like an underground issue or something that's found that wasn't in the interim agreement assessment that we did, who's going to bear the cost of that remediation in order to be ready for construction?
Well, they'll be bearing, Fortress will be bearing the cost of that. And that's one of the beauties of this, is that all this is covered in there.
All right, I just want to make sure, because it talked about the relief events, and one of those being differing site conditions, that it kind of just flew up a red flag to me.
Well, and bear in mind, there's a lot of language in here that was trying to anticipate any and everything that we could think of that could come up. So it's a very broad agreement with respect to that. And in fact, I can imagine that if districts choose to use the P3 process, many of them will probably be contacting us for a copy of this.
That's my last question. Thank you.
I just we've discussed this through so many meetings, and I know this seems like a very plain thing to bring up, but could we remind the public where this school is going to be located and what students, what high schools will be pulling from? So everybody, if that makes sense, we've been talking about this through several meetings, and I think it's important to remind everyone.
Sure. This is I would call it kind of the northeast portion of Polk County in the plan unit development called, or it's Poinciana, which is up there. And of course, it is what we call in planning circles an antiquated subdivision that was laid out many, many years ago by the General Dynamics Corporation. Lots that were laid out. These lots do not, in either Osceola or Polk, have to meet the test of any concurrency at all. As one builds on those lots, they pull a building permit, they pay their impact fees, and then they're able to proceed forward. We already know that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 to 1,000 young people that are Polk County residents that are attending schools in Osceola. Now, not all of those are high schoolers, but a number of them are. Now, when this school opens, we don't expect that they'll all come back to Polk overnight, but we expect that there'll be a transition to those students as well. However, this school is mostly, and I believe we've already laid out the attendance boundaries, where it's going to be relieving Haines City High School.
Yes, so relieving Haines City, hopefully retaining more of our students who are crossing district borders.
That is correct.
And then it'll have the capacity to serve how many students ultimately?
I believe it's 2,500. Yeah.
Great, thanks. I know that, again, basic stuff, but when we talk about it over several meetings, it's good to remind the public.
Yes, ma'am. It's good to put it out there for the public.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I can address a few items as well. So the specific location, it's Appendix 1, and the project site is located at approximately 700 Bayberry Street in unincorporated Polk County, and the actual legal descriptions included in Appendix 1 as well. Going back to Dr. Allen's question about liquidated damages, how we arrived at that particular amount of $10,000 a day, it was liquidated damages can't be a punitive amount. So in coordination with Mr. Williams, he looked at case law and what would be a reasonable amount for the district in the event that substantial completion wasn't done by May 1st. What would we have to do as a plan B? And that would involve things like getting portables in place. And how many portables? 2,500 students. There was an equation, there was math put into that amount. It was negotiated and agreed to by Fortress. And I think it shows their good faith that they intend to have this substantially complete by May 1st, because they don't want to, we want the school open and they don't want to be having to pay damages for any delays. So I think that shows good faith on their part.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I appreciate the question about location, because we have talked about this for a very long time, and for whatever reason, the public was confused with this and the other land that we've been discussing. So this was good that we made it clear today. And I also want to thank Mr. Green and the superintendent for answering questions. I can say from the almost 8 years on the board, this is the most vetted project that I've been a part of, and the questions have been thorough and answered multiple times. So I appreciate that and look forward to bringing some of those students back into Polk County and relieving Haines City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fix, I see no further questions or comments.
Thank you.
Board member, the next item up is a request or for your interest, to gauge your interest for a change in the retreat date. Presently, the retreat date for July is scheduled for July 1st. Knowing that that's a holiday weekend and knowing that you may have other commitments, we'd like to request that we reassign the board retreat to July 13th. And if need be, I think the recommendation, Ms. Winchester, remind me, was to piggyback on that retreat date with a board meeting?
It would be a board meeting and announcing those administrative moves over the summer.
It would be a board meeting, a short board meeting, simply for the purpose of announcing administrative changes prior to the end of the school year, or prior to the start of the next school year. So I essentially am looking for an indication from the board as to whether or not July 13th would work for your schedules in lieu of July 1st for the board retreat.
We absolutely can't do July 1st unless you're going to bring cake.
I'm happy to bring cake.
He brought me cake from other time.
I did. Okay. The 5th is my birthday too, so it's okay if we move it to the 13th for me. So I have 2 yeses at least.
You can?
Ms. Wyatt's a yes.
What would the time
It's 9 to 3, 9 to 2. Well, we would advertise at 9 to 3 with the board meeting to immediately follow at 3, but we would conclude the board meeting very quickly, as I mentioned.
And this would be in place of July 3rd?
July 1st.
Okay.
Dr. Allen, you're the only one that looks hesitant at the moment. Oh,
We'll bring Jill.
we can definitely provide cake to go. And again, not a roll call vote, but Mr. Sharpless, I just want to make sure it works for your schedule.
Yes.
Perfect. I will vet that with Ms. Fields, but at this time, board members, we will bring that as a formal change on next week, Tuesday. Next item we have, board members, is under capital projects and deferred maintenance. Ms. Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today's presentation is based on some questions that were asked at our last work session. We wanted to clarify. So during our last work session, we talked about the proposed projects for borrowing. Here's a list of those projects again with our current fish capacity, our new added permanent fish capacity, and the resulting total. So you can see the total budget for the additional capacity and renovation added. This is a base slide. The facilities team put together the deferred maintenance. The way that this chart runs is the sites are across the top with the categories along the left-hand side. These are the projects that have deferred maintenance, that require deferred maintenance that we're seeking to borrow on the renovation as a whole campus. So you will see Alta Vista is a little over 2 million, Floral a little over 4, Juanita around 3, and Lake Alfred at 5 million. These numbers also, I'd like to point out, are only for the next 5 years. So the deferred maintenance plan does go out further. This slide is about our revenue estimates. So there's a lot of information on here, and I wanted to put this together to try and help you understand what these projects will do and how it will help us use our dollars differently. So we have our project again on the left side. We've included the increased fish capacity. And why is that important? Because we can use impact fees when we increase capacity. And then that frees up other types of capital. Our main sources are LCI, local capital improvement, which is our 1.5 mil, impact fees, and also CONDS. And sales tax. We have our sales tax revenue for our bond. So for these projects, the column that says sales tax or LCI, if we were to pay cash for those, or were to pay as you go, that's the funding source we would use. The deferred maintenance, I've added this here just to kind of give you an example to show you what the whole picture looks like. So if we look at Alta Vista, and we want to do that project without borrowing, we would plan to spend about 13.2 in impact fees. We'd spend 46.7 in sales tax, and then that project completion would include the $2 million for deferred maintenance. So that's not an additional expense you'd have to pay on top of that. Because these projects would include work that is also considered deferred maintenance, it takes care of that obligation. You don't have to do the work. We would have an additional $14.5 million that we could reallocate to other sites for deferred maintenance. And along the bottom, we have our COPS. I've called it Series 2206 for 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30, and 30, 31. With our COPS borrowing, we are looking at having $21 million left over after our what we currently have in our budget, our current projects, our current fixed costs. That would leave us with $21.4 million. And I've just projected it out over the next 4 years to give you a picture. If we do not borrow with COPS, we would have $48 million left over to budget towards these projects. That amount does not include any of the projects stated above, so we would have to assign a priority to those. Essentially what the COPS borrowing is doing is it's allowing us to complete projects in a timely manner, redirect $238 million that would be spent from sales tax to another use, and providing flexibility.
Mr. Sharpless?
Thank you for presenting this. I appreciate the breakdown. When we talked about this at the last work session, it was something we brought up was that how much is this going to actually, the renovation going to take away from our deferred maintenance, and now you gave us that. So that helps me. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jenkins, I see no further questions or comments. Board members, I'm just going to clarify for the general public, because we did address this largely at the retreat. And so essentially what you were shown here today is that by replacing and renovating those campuses, that deferred maintenance cost is no longer an investment need on our behalf, and those dollars could be reallocated elsewhere. I needed to say it that way so that the general public followed that flow of that conversation for transparency purposes. And again, we do have some limitations as far as what pots of money are available to us because they are restricted, meaning you have to add space capacity. You can't, that's the reason why you don't see anything next to McLaughlin Senior Middle School for their auditorium. Arguably, it doesn't necessarily add fish capacity, even though there might be some classrooms associated with it. You're not getting a large fish capacity impact, so we can't defer and utilize those other revenues to offset that cost. That has to come out of our traditional funding mechanism for capital investments. So interesting that, the replacement cost for those schools would essentially offset and save us almost $15 million that we could defer to other sites and help expedite our replacement and repairs or the manner in which we address deferred maintenance. So thank you. Mr. Chair, there's 2 items remaining. There's the donation report, and then there's a recommendation of bid award for superintendent's approval quarterly report that are attached. And I will defer to you at this time, sir.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, are there any questions over either D1 or D2 right now, those informational items for the superintendent? Seeing none, we will go ahead and do our board agenda review, which I'll ask for questions. Thank you. This time, I'll give you a second to switch over in board docs over to the board meeting tonight. So that way we can go over the agenda review. All right. Are there any questions on items A through E? Ms. Miller, I believe you're stepping down for special recognitions tonight. You're welcome. Any questions over items F through K? Board Member Wallace, you have the floor.
Yes, and item H, we are getting a bunch of bid recommendations to be approved that cumulatively are worth $20 million, which is part of the ordinary operations for the business. But none of them, I think one was single source and the others were renewals. And I was hoping, Superintendent, if you or your staff could just let the public know why we did not bid those out.
Can we find Mr. Davis, please? This was the majority of those contracts fall under transportation. As I explained to Ms. Wallace separately, the additional reason for no bid, in many instances, we're able to piggyback off of another school district's bidding process, which saves us time and a great deal of energy for our staff. And we find that those rates are very competitive. Otherwise, we would not piggyback off of those.
Okay.
But we are in the process, as you know. We've addressed 2 legacy contracts that are already being put out for RFI and RFP. And we will continue that process and outline for the board the additional contracts moving forward. The sole source provider can't be competitively bid because the whole point behind the sole source provider is they provide a service that far exceeds anyone else in the industry. And so based off that specific nature that they do more, there isn't a competitive agency that could submit a bid. We could if we parceled out the interest, but that doesn't serve us in the best interest. We tend to get more cost savings as well. But if Mr. Davis wants to come forward, Mr. Davis, the question is, why were the bid renewals not bid out? I explained that we piggyback off other districts, but if there's something else you can contribute to provide an explanation, I'd appreciate it.
And while you're pulling that up, Mr. Davis, I generally trust the staff. It's just more that when the public sees us voting in millions of dollars of contracts, I feel like it's a good exercise just to explain that process from time to time. And with me being a new board member, I appreciate you indulging me.
So the first one, I apologize. I walked out at the wrong time. Okay, so for number 1, the 008DW-0924 Fleet Management Services. This is a program that we have been in partnership with Enterprise Fleet Services since 2023. And this was a renewal for this contract to continue on that services. So the reason it was renewed is because the old contract was phasing out, and for us to stay in compliance, we had to renew that contract. The fresh produce one, I spoke with Mrs. Katie Taylor. This was also bid out. It had a 4-year option to renew, and this was in the 3rd year. We're in the 2nd year of renewal. The company that was awarded is Bliss Produce, and they have met or exceeded the expectations.
Great.
So that's why it was renewed. And these are, the first contract was a contract with a outside agency. This one was a RFP that was done internal by the school district.
And I'm going to stop you there. I don't want you to feel like you have to go down line by line, but just more in general, like it sounds like that we were satisfied with these vendors and it's to save time and keep working with our partners.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Superintendent Hyde provided some good, helpful context before you walked in. So do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that's good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is that all, Board Member Wallace?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. All right. Is there any other questions on items F through K? All right. Are there any questions on items L through N? Dr. Allen, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chair Sharpless. First of all, it's good to see the demolition of portables on there, so thank you, Superintendent Hyde, for that continued movement away from those. One question, this would be on L 9, and this is the approval for the use of funds as relates to the portable generators. You know, this is obviously a part of our bigger initiative with state appropriation and so forth. And I'm just reflecting back on our half-cent sales tax oversight committee, and I know that there were some specific advisory suggestions that were brought forward by that committee as it related to that particular item. And I just wanted to make sure that we took all action that the committee had requested and, you know, advised regarding these purchases. And pretty simple question, just want to make sure that it's on the record. So when I've got committee members that are reaching out to me regarding this item.
If you could clarify, which committee, sir?
This was the half-cent sales tax oversight committee. These items were brought before that committee during our last meeting, and you know, it was a pretty fruitful conversation around it. And I think from an advisory, there seemed to be some recommendations that were brought in that meeting. I just want to make sure that we met what those expectations were.
I guess I'm not familiar why this would have been presented to that committee. These generators are being funded directly from an allocation through the state and are unrelated to half-penny sales tax. And so I really do need Mr. McLemore or Mr. Fix. Ms. Jenkins is here, and she can answer, but I don't know what those recommendations were. I know that the procurement was delayed because the initial bid would have allowed us to partner with Caterpillar. Caterpillar refuses to sign that none of their parts and supplies come from overseas, which is now a requirement. As a result, we had to go out and bid the item out again. The problem was the initial specifications changed, and so then we had to come back. So, Ms. Jenkins, if you can add, I'm not familiar as to why it would go to half-penny sales tax if it was a direct allocation.
It's a grant, and there is a match to the grant. So it was taken to the sales tax committee to request to use sales tax dollars as a match. The committee did cap, they set a cap, and that is what we are budgeting.
Okay. Were there other recommendations that were made, to Dr. Allen's point, that were taken into consideration? And if we don't have an answer to that, it needs to be addressed this evening by staff.
I don't have an answer to that, sir, but I will get you one.
If we could get Mr. McLemore and the team to be prepared for this evening, or yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. I appreciate that, just, you know, for the sake of the committee.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Is that all, Dr. Allen?
That is all from that one, yes.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions on items L through N?
Okay.
Seeing none, we will go to sections O through T. O through T. All right, seeing no questions, we'll go to U, our action agenda. Any questions on our action agenda? Any questions on V, our public hearing? No. All right, then we have our superintendent's report. Superintendent, you'll have a report tonight?
I will, sir.
All right, and then we have our attorney's report.
Yes, sir. 2 items.
2 items. Ms. Matthews, do we have an auditor's report? I don't have anything here. All right, thank you. And then we'll go to our board member reports. And then we will wrap up with public comments. Are there any other questions on the agenda as a whole? Seeing none, we will go back to our meeting, our work session, please. Give you a second to rejoin that. All right, under new business, we have a discussion. We talked about it briefly just to introduce the idea at our last work session, but we have our FSBA Advocacy Committee election tonight for the committee representative and an alternate. So is there any discussion on this item? We have this, this will be for, Dr. Allen, I'll recognize you.
Yeah, I mean, I think in my capacity currently as a board of directors with the FSBA, I'm happy to continue serving in that role. I know that will expire, I believe, next year. But I don't know if there's anybody that would be willing. I would love to nominate someone if they would be willing to serve in this capacity.
All right, thank you, Board Member Allen. Ugh.
So I will just list if anybody's interested in serving.
All right, thank you. Board Member Wallace, you are now recognized.
To that end, I have a passion for public policy advocacy. That is my line of work. I have a 20-year career in that space, and if the board is willing, that's something where I could, I'm willing to raise my hand to serve as an alternate or whatever the organization needs. However, we have so many seasoned, experienced board members that I have confidence that any one of us could do a great job. But I just wanted for y'all's awareness to know that's something I would be interested in.
Board Member Keys, you are now recognized.
I'll echo what Ms. Wallace has said, that I have enjoyed serving as the advocate, the alternate on that committee. So whatever is the desire of the board as a whole, I'd be more than willing to serve in either capacity.
Thank you, Board Member Keys. I know currently the representative on that committee is Board Member Fields. She is not here. She did mention that she is willing to serve again, but if someone else really wanted it, she also is fine with not serving on that committee again. So it's really up to you guys. So we're going to look for a motion tonight for for somebody to be nominated and an alternate. So is there any more discussion from my fellow board members? Well, no, we can discuss now who, potential motions that could be made tonight. We're not voting on anything now. So if anyone has a opinion on that, they can certainly voice that now during a work session. So we're in the sunshine. Yes, we are. Okay, since there's no other comment, I would ask that someone have a we really need to kind of figure this part out, what the motion's going to be for tonight, so that way we can have it in our board docs. So is anyone really interested in serving?
I'm a little confused because we've already expressed that, and what the motion we made at the board meeting is a nomination, and then that person, we would vote on it then. It seems like we're making a nomination.
Well, we talk about it, and then there's a recommended motion tonight or at the board meeting. So I would like to have someone say, yeah, I'll be interested in serve. I would like to serve, so we can have it for certain. If not, like I said, Board Member Fields also said she'd be willing to, but she doesn't need to. So this is where we discuss. Board Member Wyatt, you are now recognized.
Sorry, I stayed quiet. As I am not a member of FSBA, I know that it's whoever is that person is representing the full district on FSBA. But that's why I have stayed quiet, is because I am no longer a member, so I am not eligible. But I think any of you would do a great job, and I know Ms. Fields has done it before. I did it for several years. It really is, at least in the during session, it is a little bit of a time commitment because they do have calls every Friday, Travis, they still do calls every Friday, which are really, really informative, but whoever is doing it, I just would want to make sure that they're available to jump on those calls, or the alternate, so that we can be getting that information.
Thank you. And as a point of clarification, I just want to say that as a current executive officer of the FSBA, I'm already on that committee, so I would not be our district representative. So I just want to make that clear. I should not be serving in that role, so. Mr. Keys, you're now recognized.
So then, for clarification's sake, I would be willing to step in that role as previously having served as the alternate.
Okay.
If it so pleases the board.
All right. Okay, sounds, Board Member Wallace, you're now recognized.
First of all, I would want to defer to Mrs. Fields. She's the dean, and if she expresses that she wants to keep serving, I would absolutely defer to her. If she's truly impartial and would like to see some new blood, I would be supportive of Vice Chair Keys succeeding her. And then I will offer myself as an alternate, given that I'm newer to the board, yet this is one area of expertise I happen to have where I feel like I would probably be like a duck to water in that regard. But given my colleagues' experience bases, I feel like it'd be best to advance either of the two of them.
Thank you, Board Member Wallace. All right, well, I've kind of gotten some direction for a potential motion tonight. I think unless there's anything else on this item, we will continue now to board member comments. These comments are for our liaison positions. Board Member Wyatt, you are now recognized.
This is not necessarily a liaison position, but Mr. Sharpless and I both went through the Sheriff's Advisory Council this year, and as one of my, you have one that you get to choose where you shadow, and I chose to shadow Safe Schools, and I apologize because I may have ruined it for everyone, in that I shadowed Safe Schools last Friday when we had our incident at Davenport High School, but because of that, I got to experience firsthand our Safe Schools team. Truancy shows up and supports, which I did not realize that they were as supportive as they are. They show up every time, which gives that layer of consistency of the doers, and just people that can, they know what the system is, and because every school you have a little bit different layout, a different team of people. I did not realize that they always show up. That was extremely comforting, just having seen it in action. But I just want to give kudos to the Davenport High School team because they did incredible. The situation was secure before we could even get from Winter Haven to Davenport. That really a lot of the management on the back end was just checking students out of school and crowd control in checking several students out of school. But Superintendent Hyde, you should be proud because it was incredible to see. I hate that I had to see it, but it was very reassuring just watching the intricacies, how everyone works together. And it really is, it is handled beautifully. That it should give everyone great comfort with how our Safe Schools are handled. So I just wanted to give kudos to that team.
Thank you, Board Member Wyatt, for those comments. Any other board members? If not, this meeting is now adjourned.